deliberately, I say. And that was the start of a behavior that continues today. It is the most massive violation because it affects no less than half of humanity, and it is replicated in all countries and in all corners of the planet. I urge the Human Rights Council to assume its historic responsibility to be at the forefront of the fight for the promotion and protection of women's rights around the world. I now have the honour to welcome and give the floor to Ms. Michelle Bachelet, High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will deliver a statement on the occasion of International Women's Day via video message. Madam High Commissioner.
Upholding the rights of all women and girls are at the heart of creating a more just and sustainable world. Our planet faces a climate and environmental crisis that has particularly grave impacts on women and girls. Women and girls from discriminated ethnic or religious groups and indigenous peoples, those living in poverty, migrants who are of African descent, people of diverse sexual orientation and gender identities, or with disabilities, all suffer the greatest exposure to environmental threats. They share an underlying characteristic: discrimination, and discriminatory systems deprive them of their rights and push them to the margins of society. These intersecting social, cultural, and economic forces harm millions of women and girls across the world, and in doing so, they harm all of us. All societies need to be able to count on the full contributions of everyone to ensure development that is sustainable and fair and benefit us all. Across the world, women and girl human rights defenders of all ages, backgrounds, and identities are leading the struggle to protect our environment. Despite pushback and chronic underfunding, they and the feminist movement they lead continue to demand a seat at the table and urgent action to safeguard our future. I fully endorse these legitimate demands. Our planetary crisis is a human rights crisis that demands a feminist response. We need to tackle the root causes of inequalities and discrimination and make room for the important contributions of all women and girls. Evidence shows that advancing gender equality leads to greater food security and less violence. It also places economies on a more sound and sustainable footing, and the public participation of women leads to more effective climate policies. Every victory for social justice is a triumph of inclusion and diversity. It is the result of people collectively joining hands to demand and effect change, including by advancing the human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. I stand with her for a better today and a more equal, just, and sustainable tomorrow.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
The distinguished ambassador of Finland, que hará una declaración conjunta.
To make a joint statement on behalf of a group of countries. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, Madam Deputy High Commissioner, dear colleagues, good morning. I have the honor to deliver this statement on the International Women's Day on behalf of Mexico, Finland, and over 60 states. During the last years, we have witnessed a backlash against women's and girls' rights and gender equality. Topics such as sexual and reproductive health and rights, and even girls' education, have been attacked. The COVID-19 crisis exacerbated pre-existing gender-based discrimination and violence. Women and girls have disproportionately carried the burdens of this crisis and suffered from the shadow pandemic of gender-based violence. It is time to get up to speed in reaching SDG 5. Education of all girls strengthens economies and ensures their active participation in all areas of their lives. We must ensure a safe return to school for the girls who dropped out due to the pandemic. Digitalization and new technologies can accelerate positive change towards gender equality. We should harness this potential more equally across the globe, close the gender-digital divide, and make digital space safe. We cannot achieve gender equality without eradicating gender-based violence. It is a human rights violation that destroys the fabric of societies. If half of the population is left behind, a society cannot reach its full potential. We need to address the root causes of gender inequalities. This can only be achieved by ensuring women's and girls' active participation in all spheres of public and private life. Men and boys are key partners in these efforts. Together, we must promote the rights of all women and girls without any discrimination. This is essential for COVID-19 recovery and the successful implementation of the 2030 Agenda. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Center for Reproductive Rights, who will deliver a joint statement.
Y en la sala.
For this intervention on behalf of 11 organizations. International Women's Day takes its origins in the struggle of women to claim and gain their rights in a patriarchal society that didn't recognize their agency and autonomy. 100 years later, it still seeks the same objective. Despite the progress and commitments made towards gender equality, women and girls in all their diversity are still advocating for their rights to be fully realized. Compounded crises disproportionately impact women and girls, especially those facing intersectional discrimination. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the burden of unrecognized, undervalued, gendered reproductive labor. It has led to an increase of gender-based violence and has highlighted the constant threat put on women's and girls' sexual and reproductive rights, with some states instrumentalizing the pandemic to curtail these rights even further. Even states who had liberalized access to SRH health services under the pandemic are now backpedaling and restricting access again. The pandemic exacerbated pre-existing forms of discrimination, making the work of women human rights defenders all the more difficult. WHRDs, including those working on sexual and reproductive rights, peace building and demilitarization, indigenous, land and minority rights, face constant threats to their work, life and well-being, and are subjected to human rights violations, such as violations of their rights to life, health, privacy and non-discrimination, oftentimes with no access to justice and no accountability. On this International Women's Day, we salute the work, commitment and political vision of our feminist movements. They are the ones giving us hope. They are the ones securing our victories and rights. Through mass mobilization and solidarity that transcends borders, they are the ones ensuring that substantive equality is not just an attractive mouthpiece designed to appease us, but a tangible reality for all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Con esto,
We will now move to the programme of work for the morning, and we'll continue item 2 with the interactive dialogue on the oral update by the High Commissioner on the human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia and on progress made in the context of the joint investigation undertaken by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. I give the floor to the delegation of Philippines.
Chair, the Philippines recalls that it voted against the unilateral HRC Resolution 47/13. As we express our grave concern on the findings of the Joint Investigation Report on violations and abuses by all parties to conflict, we acknowledge the steps taken by the Ethiopian government to initiate redress and accountability measures, including through the creation of an inter-ministry task force. We also note the various ongoing efforts which are also being carried out within the framework of the African Union. The Council's mandates on Ethiopia have already amounted to over $3 million for 1 year alone, mainly supporting the salaries and travel of around 20 P-level UN staff, with none allocated for concrete programs on the ground. This wasteful exercise requires the Council's conscientious examination. The Philippines has been a consistent advocate in the Council of genuine cooperative efforts that assist and empower national accountability institutions. It is in this context that we reiterate our concern on the proliferation of very costly mandates on Ethiopia that seek to externalize accountability and undermine the efforts of national accountability institutions. We urge the Council to redirect actions towards a more constructive and productive pursuit with the state concerned. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
I call on the United Nations Children's Fund.
Mr. President, UNICEF welcomes this oral update. UNICEF commends the progress Ethiopia achieved in terms of child rights in the last decade, including in terms of immunization, health, and nutrition. However, the conflict has led to lack of humanitarian access, destruction and looting of civilian facilities and infrastructure, constrained access to critical health, nutrition, and wash services, and over 290 reported grave child rights violations, including sexual and gender-based violence, committed by all parties in 2021. Densely populated areas have been under attack, as well as schools and medical facilities. The systemic and widespread acts of sexual violence are raising deep concerns for the long-term effects on survivors' mental health. Last year, conflict-affected regions in Amhara, Afar, and Tigray recorded an increase of separated and unaccompanied children, and 1.6 children in those regions are unable to attend school. UNICEF therefore calls on all parties to respect the rules of international humanitarian law, to agree to a cessation of hostilities, to allow unconditional and sustained humanitarian corridors, to cease all grave violations against children and bring perpetrators to justice, and to involve children and women in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconciliation efforts. We stand ready to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Venezuela.
I call on the delegation of Venezuela. Thank you, President. Venezuela did not support the resolution against Ethiopia that gave rise to this oral update. We did not support it in last December's special session promoted by the European Union either. The sound is breaking up, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the speaker is breaking up. Against countries of the South, paving the way for instrumentalization of the noble cause of human rights. Unfortunately, the sound is breaking up again. The speaker cannot be heard properly, with unspeakable purposes. Ethiopia cooperated with the joint investigation by the Office of the High Commissioner and the Human Rights Commission of the country on the Tigray conflict. We regret the current conflict in the north of Ethiopia. Its government has continued to work openly with the Council and its mechanisms and reiterates its strong commitment to fulfilling the recommendations in the report in its striving to bring to justice the perpetrators of violations of human rights. My country, committed to peace, friendship and solidarity among nations, will continue to encourage peaceful resolution of conflicts on the basis of the principles of respect for sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs of states as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. The international community must support all initiatives that contribute to achieving stability in the country, working with the support and in agreement with the decisions taken on a sovereign basis by Ethiopia. Thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. I call on China.
Mr. President, China is following the development of the situation in Ethiopia. We sincerely hope that Ethiopian people will enjoy peace, stability, and achieve development and prosperity. We believe that the Ethiopian people have the wisdom and ability to handle their internal affairs well. We support all relevant parties in Ethiopia to resolve their differences through dialogue and negotiation so as to achieve a lasting peace and reconciliation at an early date. The work of the HRC should follow the principles of impartiality, objectivity, non-politicization, and non-selectivity. China opposes the practice by relevant countries to force through a country-specific mechanism about Ethiopia despite its opposition, attempting to interfere in its internal affairs and paying no respect of the mediation efforts by African states. This will only add complicated factors to the solution of Ethiopian issue. The UCMs imposed by relevant countries have seriously violated the human rights of the Ethiopian people and should be lifted immediately. China's concept of peaceful development in the Horn of Africa has received a positive response from countries in the region, including Ethiopia. China will continue to work with the international community to play a constructive role in Ethiopia's peace and stability. Thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. I call on Cuba. President, the Council and the other human rights mechanisms must put an end to politicization, selectivity, and double standards in addressing human rights. Cuba reiterates its rejection of exercises within this Council imposed by developed countries without the support of the concerned country, which are obstacles to a timely solution. We must promote cooperation, dialogue, and exchange among nations on the basis of the principles of the United Nations Charter. We must respect and support national efforts and technical cooperation initiatives, including those at the regional level, with the agreement of the concerned country, which seek to address the situation on the ground. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I call on Switzerland.
Thank you, sir. Switzerland thanks the High Commissioner for her report on the situation of human rights in Tigray and in Ethiopia. We are deeply concerned by violations of human rights and of international humanitarian law in Tigray, Amhara, and Afar. We call on all concerned actors to commit themselves to fully protect human rights, respect international humanitarian law, and combat impunity. Switzerland calls on the parties to ensure rapid humanitarian access, unimpeded, and also safety of humanitarian personnel. We thank the High Commissioner and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission for their work in the framework of their joint work. We welcome the clear determination of the Ethiopian government to implement recommendations and are waiting for tangible progress to be rapidly made. We call on all actors to take specific measures to put an end to violations of human rights and of international humanitarian law and ensure reparation for victims. All violations of international law must be rapidly investigated on an independent and impartial basis in order to bring those responsible to justice. Switzerland recommends, moreover, that there be continued cooperation between the High Commissioner and the Ethiopian Commission on Human Rights concerning violations of human rights and international humanitarian law committed after June 2021 in all regions affected by the conflict. Madam High Commissioner, could you please speak more about continued cooperation with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and see where you see the most need for action, including for implementation of the recommendations in the report? Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I call on Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Sri Lanka objects to initiatives within the Council that are inimical to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of the country concerned. Those initiatives indeed undermine the core principles of General Assembly Resolution 60/251 and the IB package. Resolution 47/13 on Tigray, Ethiopia was adopted by a divided vote and without the consent of the country concerned. It is therefore counterproductive and undermines the spirit of cooperation requested in promoting and protecting human rights. While noting the national progress achieved by Ethiopia and its people, we commend Ethiopia's progressive efforts through their national mechanisms, including by establishing an interministerial working group and measures taken by national law enforcement authorities to address human rights concerns. We request the international community to join hands with Ethiopia to overcome the difficult times with utmost cooperation. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I call on the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, sir. the situation in Ethiopia is complicated, although there is a trend towards improvement. Their alternative would be continued existence of a Ethiopian government to resolve all issues. We welcome the political dialogue to improve the situation in the country and to include political actors. We feel that an end to military confrontation would allow movement towards a political settlement. We note the constructive position taken by the Ethiopian authorities in continuing their work with the UNHCR and the Ethiopian Human Rights Federation in order to help those hurt in the conflict. We note the role of the Ethiopian Commission for Human Rights, which has shown its impartiality. Russia has consistently objected to unilateral solutions being imposed on Ethiopia and attempts to politicize the situation. We support the efforts of the African Union, including the High Representative of the President of the Commission of the African Union in the Ethiopian region. Thank you.
Spasiba.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Benin.
No está en la sala.
Benin is not in the room.
Por Zoom tampoco.
And not on Zoom.
Continuamos entonces.
Then we will continue, and I call on Australia.
President, Australia thanks the High Commissioner for her oral update. We are gravely concerned by the prolonged hostilities in the Tigray region, including reports of drone and other indiscriminate attacks that have killed civilians. We condemn the ongoing egregious human rights abuses and violations, including systematic sexual and gender-based violence committed by all parties to the conflict. Australia welcomes the establishment of an International Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia. Australia calls on all parties to the conflict to work with the Commission to ensure all violations and abuses are documented, to hold perpetrators to account and to restore justice to those who have so far lost access to it. Australia is concerned by reports of mass detentions on the basis of ethnicity following the introduction of the state of emergency in Ethiopia on 2 November 2021. We welcome the early end to the state of emergency and announcements from the government of Ethiopia that detainees have been released. We call for immediate action by all parties to ensure urgent humanitarian assistance and that humanitarian resources are not interfered with, and that humanitarian workers are accorded full freedom and safety to carry out their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Canadá.
I call on Canada.
Canada thanks the High Commissioner for her update. We are deeply concerned by human rights violations across the Horn of Africa, including sexual and gender-based violence. Respect for human rights is a fundamental precondition for peace, security, and stability. A critical component of respect for human rights is justice and meaningful accountability for perpetrators and redress for victims and survivors. We welcome the government of Ethiopia's commitment to implement the joint OHCHR-EHRC report recommendations and are anxious to see concrete actions. All parties to the conflict bear this responsibility. All parties must work towards a cessation of hostilities and seek a political resolution, which will support the prevention of further human rights violations. The ongoing presence of Eritrean troops and their role in perpetrating violence against Ethiopians continues to undermine conflict resolution. A comprehensive national dialogue and reconciliation process will also be essential for restoring trust and healing following these horrific human rights violations. Canada will continue to engage with partners to advance justice and accountability for human rights violations, to support human rights defenders, and encourage greater support for victims and survivors. Madam High Commissioner, what more can be done to prevent further human rights violations by all parties? How do we ensure accountability and justice for the survivors? Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the United States of America.
To the High Commissioner. The United States is gravely concerned by the situation in Tigray, where almost 1 million people face human-made famine conditions and gender-based violence. extrajudicial killings, forced displacement, arbitrary detention, and ethnically motivated violence throughout northern Ethiopia. We are further concerned by the reports of violence against camps for refugees and internally displaced persons. We strongly condemn reported unlawful attacks on hospitals and medical infrastructure, killings of humanitarian aid workers, suppression of aid operations, and obstruction of humanitarian supplies. We welcome the lifting of the state of emergency and call on the government to release all those who remain detained without charge and afford all applicable procedural safeguards to those who are charged. We also call on the federal government, religious authorities, and all other actors to cease hostilities, including aerial bombing in the region, immediately, facilitate humanitarian access, cooperate fully with human rights investigations, and collaborate in conducting transparent and inclusive justice processes. Will the government of Ethiopia uphold its commitments to facilitate unhindered access for humanitarian organizations and for those conducting human rights investigations? Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
I call on the United Kingdom.
UK is grateful for the update. After 15 months of conflict, we continue to see repeated human rights violations and abuses impacting millions in the north of Ethiopia. We remain extremely concerned by brutal and systematic sexual violence, massacres, forced displacement, and attacks on civilians by all parties to the conflict. The UK strongly supports the formation of the International Commission of Human Rights experts in Ethiopia to provide comprehensive monitoring, reporting, and evidence gathering. We encourage all parties to the conflict to cooperate fully with it. We welcome the swift formation of the Interministerial Task Force and also commend the ongoing efforts of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. The ongoing blockade and TPLF attacks continue to inhibit delivery of aid across northern Ethiopia. Lack of banking, fuel and electricity means people cannot help themselves. We call again for an immediate cessation of hostilities, for a political solution, for unfettered humanitarian access, and for international law to be respected. High Commissioner, it's essential that the Commission of Experts begins its work as soon as possible. What further support can you and the international community provide to achieve this?
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Albania.
I call on Albania.
Mr. President, the joint report by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission of 3 November 2021 was a shocking account of atrocities, violations, and abuses perpetrated by all parties to the conflict. The widespread gender-based and sexual violence, used as part of a deliberate strategy to terrorize, degrade, and humiliate the victims and the ethnic minority group that they belong to, is a further indication of the brutality of a conflict that continues to cause unspeakable suffering for the most vulnerable, women and girls in particular. Albania welcomes the appointment of the 3 members of the International Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia. The scale and seriousness of the violations and abuses committed by all parties reaffirms the urgency of an impartial investigation into the allegations of violations and abuses of international human rights, humanitarian and refugee law committed in Ethiopia. As the humanitarian situation worsens by the day and what aid manages to trickle in is simply grossly inadequate, we echo the call on all parties to allow and facilitate unrestricted and unimpeded access to humanitarian assistance. Finally, Mr. President, we wish to acknowledge the lifting of the state of emergency by the government of Ethiopia as an important step towards a negotiated solution to the conflict. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
I call on Eritrea, Ambassador.
Micrófono, por favor, embajador.
Microphone, please, Ambassador.
Thank you. Ethiopia has been targeted under the Human Rights Council Agenda Item 2 in the pretext of the Tigray crisis. This resolution runs counter to the GA Resolution 60/251, which establishes the aims and function of the Human Rights Council. In this respect, it's legitimate that Ethiopia rejected the resolution. From the outset, it is important to reiterate that the approach shans the effects and accountability of the premeditated TPLF threats to the national securities of Ethiopia and Eritrea. Ethiopia's determination and measures to engage and cooperate with the human rights architecture, including the Human Rights Council and OICHR, is significant. This has been demonstrated by the commitment to the joint EHRC and OICHR investigation recommendations by establishing an interministerial task force to oversee the implementation. Furthermore, in consideration of the broader national interest, a National Commission for Truth and Reconciliation has been established and should be recognized as a significant step in the building of a viable future. Despite the above-mentioned progress, it is irresponsible that the TPLF clique has continued atrocities in the Afar and Amhara regional states of Ethiopia, and the significant human rights violations need to be considered and accounted. In this regard, it is important that investigation on the post-June 30, 2021 into alleged violations is also covered. Eritrea condemns ongoing attempts to deflect attention from the crimes the cliques perpetuated and downplayed its culpability. This will not serve the cause of peace and security and human rights and development in the region. In the above context, Eritrea calls on the Human Rights Council to take the above facts into consideration and terminate the country-specific unjust and unfair treatment of Ethiopia under Item Agenda 2, and instead expand and consolidate the avenues of engagement and cooperation demonstrated through the concrete commitments and actions of the Ethiopian government. I thank you.
Ambassador, tiene la palabra.
I call on South Sudan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation thanks the Higher Commissioner for the oral update on the human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, and would like to commend the government of Ethiopia on its cooperation with the human rights mechanisms through the joint investigation conducted by the Office of the Higher Commissioner and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. South Sudan commends the government of Ethiopia for establishing an interministerial task force that is dedicated to implementing the recommendation of the joint investigation body that have already identified areas of concern with the aim of addressing human rights violations. We welcome the positive measures taken by the government of Ethiopia to facilitate the work of the joint investigation into the allegation of the human rights violations that are occurring in the Tigray region, and would like to encourage the inclusive dialogue by all parties to reach a peaceful settlement in the conflict in the country. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to New Zealand.
President, New Zealand remains deeply concerned at the humanitarian situation in Ethiopia, which, in the north, continues to be exacerbated by fighting. New Zealand supports a peaceful end to the conflict and continues to call for accountability and justice to ensure the human rights and fundamental freedoms of all Ethiopians are protected. The recent steps towards de-escalation and reconciliation, including the national dialogue, are welcome and offer the prospect of hope. For peace to take root, however, crimes committed during the conflict cannot be left in the shadows. As we have seen time and time again, there can be no long-term peace without justice, and no justice without peace. The International Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia, established by this Council in December, has an important role in supporting the pursuit of justice and ultimately of reconciliation in Ethiopia. We encourage the Commission to align closely with relevant national and regional efforts to investigate and to identify actionable steps towards transitional justice. The violations of human rights and international law committed by all parties to the conflict must be identified and acknowledged if the wounds they have caused are ever to heal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Malawi.
I call on Malawi.
Mr. President, Malawi aligns herself to the statement of the African Group. We thank the Commissioner for her report. We note the situation the people of Ethiopia have found themselves in defending their territorial integrity and unity of the nation. We note the cooperation of the Ethiopian government and continued domestic efforts to prevent further human rights violations and the need to bring perpetrators to account. We urge such continued cooperation as well as coordination with key players such as the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and the African Union. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegada.
I call on Iran.
Thank you, Mr. President. The promotion and protection of human rights should be based on the principles of cooperation and genuine dialogue and aimed at the strengthening the capacity of member states to comply with their human rights obligation. Bearing in mind that states have duty and responsibility for respecting, promoting, protecting human rights of all persons in territories under their jurisdiction, taking into account national realities and respecting national policies and priorities. My delegation notes determination shown and efforts taken by the government of Ethiopia to enhance cooperation with OHCHR in order to promote and protect human rights in the country. We trust the great people of Ethiopia is determined to pursue the cause of lasting peace and prosperity. Any efforts by international community should be focused on bringing peace and stability to Ethiopia while respecting sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ethiopia. Mr. President, the protection and promotion of human rights within the Council and OHCHR should be guided by constructive dialogue and cooperation based on the principles of the non-politicization, universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity. The Islamic Republic of Iran encourage all parties to find an inclusive solution through dialogue and political reconciliation for lasting peace and prosperity for the people of Ethiopia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Ireland.
Thank you. Ireland aligns with the statement of the EU. We note constructive steps taken by Ethiopia, including the recent lifting of the nationwide state of emergency. However, we remain deeply concerned by the human rights and humanitarian situation in Tigray, Amhara and Afar regions of Ethiopia. We condemn the continued human rights violations and abuses committed by all parties. Systemic sexual and gender-based violence has had a particularly harrowing impact on the population, while airstrikes have continued to claim the lives of civilians. These violations must end, and all efforts must be made to seek accountability for perpetrators and redress for victims. The devastating humanitarian crisis has compounded the suffering of civilians. We echo calls for unimpeded access, an immediate and meaningful ceasefire, and inclusive political dialogue aimed at ending the conflict. We fully support the mediation efforts led by High Representative Obasanjo. The joint investigation was an important step towards accountability, and Ireland supports the full implementation of the recommendations by all parties. Given ongoing severe human rights violations, we reiterate the EU's call on all parties to cooperate with the International Commission of Human Rights Experts, including by allowing unimpeded access to all parts of the country. Deputy High Commissioner, how can the international community best support efforts to ensure accountability for human rights violations in northern Ethiopia? Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
To Sudan, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Sudan associates itself with the statement made by the African Union. We welcome the participation of Her Excellency, the High Commissioner, and thank her for her oral update on the situation in Tigray. Sudan would like to underline that we have continued following the situation in the Tigray region with great attention, and that because of a number of considerations, the most important of which are the bonds of neighborliness, history, and geography. which the people of Sudan and Ethiopia share, and also our long historical ties. In this respect, we would like to indicate that Sudan, despite its economic situation, has opened its door to host and welcome more than 90,000 of the Ethiopian refugees, and we provide safe havens for them. Mr. President, Sudan reaffirms that it continues working with the international community to extend humanitarian assistance to the Ethiopian refugees on our territories, and we hope that the international community will honor the commitments it made in order to extend the necessary assistance and services to those refugees, in particular, that what has been provided for up till now does not exceed 45% of the pledges that have been made. I thank you, sir.
Shukran. Y tiene la palabra.
I call on the delegation of Belgium.
En nombre de un grupo de países.
On behalf of a group of countries.
This is a statement on behalf of the Benelux countries. We align ourselves with the statement presented by the EU. We welcome the appointment of the Commission of International Human Rights Experts under the leadership of Madame Fatou Bensouda. We call on all countries concerned to cooperate fully with the Commission and allow it unrestricted access. We renew our urgent call on all parties involved to end hostilities and to ensure safe, rapid and unfettered access for humanitarian aid. We fully support the efforts of AU High Representative President Obasanjo to achieve a political solution. We welcome the establishment of the Interministerial Task Force by the government of Ethiopia in response to the report of the joint investigation. We also welcome the strong commitment to provide victim-centered accountability measures for all human rights violations and abuses, and a commitment to transparency in the process. However, much more needs to be done to achieve accountability for all violations and abuses in all the regions in northern Ethiopia affected by the conflict. Accountability is indispensable for sustainable reconciliation and peace. There is thus a pressing need to establish the facts, collect and preserve evidence, and to identify those responsible regardless of allegiance or rank. Our countries are furthermore concerned by the continuing use of ethnical-inspired hate speech that incites violence, both on social media and by public figures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ahora vamos a pasar.
We shall now turn to the list of speakers for national human rights institutions and non-government organizations, and at the outset I give the floor to the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission by video.
The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission has recently concluded an extensive investigation into the human rights situation in Afar and Amara regions, which were not covered by the first joint investigation of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and the UN Human Rights Office into the human rights situation in Tigray. The findings of this recent investigation shows serious violations of human rights and humanitarian law in both regions, such as attacks on civilians, civilian infrastructure, extrajudicial killings, torture and other ill treatment, as well as sexual and gender-based violence perpetrated largely by the Tigrayan forces, but also by the Oromo Liberation Army, the Ethiopian forces and allied militias. Following the Tigrayan forces' offensive and expansion of the conflict into Afar and Amara regions, millions of civilians in the two regions and beyond have been affected, and they remain awaiting justice, redress and humanitarian assistance. Cessation of hostilities by parties to the conflict is critical to ending ongoing violations. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission welcomes the establishment of the Interministerial Task Force by the government of Ethiopia to implement the human rights investigation recommendations. Full redress for victims, however, requires all parties to commit and for national, judicial and human rights bodies to function effectively. International and regional mechanisms should primarily support and complement these national bodies. I thank you.
Thank you. Ahora tiene la palabra.
I now call on the International Organization for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination.
Thank you. We appreciate the oral update from the High Commissioner.
Once again, we would like to express our concern about the grave situation in the Tigray region. Although the overall situation in northern Ethiopia is now relatively calm, the reported use of heavy weapons and airstrikes in the region has contributed to a dangerous environment for those on the ground. Since the conflict erupted 60 months ago, all parties have allegedly committed widespread human rights violations, including mass killings, destruction of property, and arbitrary arrests. Ethiopia is currently facing a worsening humanitarian crisis. Although the UN estimates that more than 90% of the population is in urgent need of humanitarian aid. Those providing such assistance have been denied access to the Tigray region since mid-December. EFORD and Geneva International Center for Justice are deeply concerned as the level of forced displacement in the region continues to rise, and at least 2 million people have been forced to leave their homes. We are also deeply concerned about the scale of gender-based violence and sexual abuse, with 90% of the victims reported being minors. We call on the Ethiopian government to immediately punish those responsible for such unlawful acts. Finally, we must empathize the importance of immediate access to humanitarian assistance. The victims and survivors of the conflict are still waiting for justice. Therefore, we call for further investigations to hold all those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
I call on the International Bar Association.
Thank you, Madam President. The Bar welcomes the oral update shared by the High Commission on the situation in Tigray, Ethiopia. Among the atrocities perpetrated in Tigray, we wish to highlight the widespread issue of sexual and gender-based violence and impunity, especially the use of rape against women and girls as a deliberate weapon of war, amounting to war crimes and crimes against humanity, and possibly to the crime of genocide. Further, many journalists and media workers reporting on the front lines have been met with reprisals, arbitrary detention, and a denial of access to the region. Since the conflict began, 2.1 million people have been internally displaced in Tigray and more than 50,000 have fled to Sudan. In 2022 alone, at least 108 civilians, most of whom were in IDP camps, were killed by airstrikes reportedly carried out by the Ethiopian Air Forces. Limited and insufficient humanitarian access and blockage have exacerbated deteriorating conditions, leading to 83% of the region's population estimated to be food insecure, as well as a severe shortage of food, water, and medicine in the 2 remaining refugee camps in Tigray. The Bari therefore recommends to the High Commissioner to call on Ethiopian authorities to ensure and carry out comprehensive domestic investigations and effective prosecutions of SGBV, whether perpetrated by state or non-state actors, to call on authorities to grant access for humanitarian assistance to Tigray as a matter of urgency, and that international mechanisms must investigate and hold accountable those responsible for indiscriminate killings of civilians and destruction of civilian objects. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
I call on the Eastern Horn on Africa Human Rights Defenders Project.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, we welcome your update. The situation in Tigray remains dire. We also welcome the holding of a special
Microphone, please. Excuse me.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, we welcome your update. The situation in Tigray remains dire. We also welcome the holding of a special session and the establishment of an investigative mechanism to address the conflict in Ethiopia in a holistic perspective. The International Commission of Human Rights Experts will shed light on violations committed by all parties in an objective manner. We welcome recent positive steps, including the lifting of the state of emergency and the formation of a National Dialogue Commission. We stress that the Commission should be inclusive and independent. We underline the need for peace talks. Mr. President, Madam Deputy High Commissioner, violations of international law, some of which may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity, remain widespread. We urge all parties to end the targeting of civilians and to facilitate humanitarian access to stop the humanitarian crisis. We urge parties to protect refugees, including Eritrean refugees in Tigray and Afar, as reports of the latter being targeted by Tigrayan forces emerged. Perpetrators of unlawful attacks must be held to account. Civilians, aid workers, and human rights defenders must be protected. Allegations of bias made against humanitarian and human rights NGOs must stop. Lastly, all parties should recognize the findings of the joint OHCHR-EHRC investigation and implement its recommendations, including on accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Christian
I call on Christian solidarity worldwide.
Thank you, Mr. President. CSW welcomes this interactive dialogue and the Council's focus on the ongoing crisis. We also welcome the appointment of the International Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia. Among the litany of violations perpetrated since the war began in November 2020, CSW wishes to highlight concerns surrounding the right to freedom of religion or belief. Churches, mosques and other religious establishments have been deliberately targeted and destroyed in a manner which may amount to a war crime. Further violations include clergy and worshippers dying in significant numbers in attacks timed to coincide with services, and extensive looting of irreplaceable ancient religious artefacts and manuscripts in a seeming campaign of cultural cleansing. This is a catastrophic loss, both for Tigray and for world heritage. There are now concerning reports of looted sacred items appearing for sale on websites, including eBay, for a pittance. As the siege of Tigray continues, amid news of mounting deaths from starvation and a lack of medicines, CSW urges this Council to act swiftly to ensure the immediate cessation of hostilities, unimpeded humanitarian access, and the convening of a truly inclusive national dialogue. We also urge all UN member states to urgently consider imposing sanctions on the leaders of Ethiopia and Eritrea, who bear ultimate responsibility for the violations committed with impunity by their respective forces. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
I call on Coordination des associations et des particuliers pour la liberté de conscience. CAP.
We are deeply concerned about the mass-scale massacres of civilians in war and non-war zones in Ethiopia, as recently reported by Human Rights Without Frontiers. A few examples, first in non-war zones. Quite recently, in February 2022, 11 families were captured and killed by OLF rebels in the Shiwa zone, and 16 children were also executed. In August 2021, 300 cases of sexual violence in 2 months were reported in the Amara region. In the same month, over 200 Amaras were killed in the Oromia region. In the Tigray war zones, 600 to 1,200 Amara victims were killed in November 2020 in Maikadra. Each of these and other massacres were reported by credible sources: the US 2020 Country Human Rights Report, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, Reuters, the Ethiopian Herald, and local media outlets. An independent UN inquiry commission needs to investigate the killings of Amara civilians in the Afar, Amara, Benshangul, and Oromia regions. The perpetrators also need to be prosecuted. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Society for Threatened.
I call on the Society for Threatened Peoples.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding the armed conflict which has been tearing Ethiopia apart and taking into account UNHCR's latest actions, the Society for Threatened Peoples would like to point out that it considers it crucial to not only solve the effects of the armed conflict, but also to prioritize tackling the root causes. As we argue this, above all, to be a political conflict, we ask the UN Human Rights Council to urge the central state government and the TPLF, as well as other involved conflict parties, to engage in talks or negotiations to find a political solution and furthermore support the AU mediation. Even though we welcome the efforts of the central government to have lifted the state of emergency and released some political prisoners recently, we would like to stress that many people are still arbitrarily detained. Additionally, we demand those who are accused of war crimes to be held accountable and would welcome a judicial sentencing of those who are found guilty, as well as judicial procedures based upon national Ethiopian law for those accused of murder within the frame of the conflict. Apart from that, we appreciate the work of UNHCR and would welcome more leveraging of humanitarian aid into Tigray as well as in other regions in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. I call on CIVICUS.
Thank you, Madam President. CIVICUS and its partners in Ethiopia thank the High Commissioner for the timely update on the human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. We're deeply concerned at the high levels of violence exemplified in the attack of the Bachelet refugee camp on the 3rd of February, which resulted in 5 refugees killed and several women kidnapped by armed men. We're getting reports of Tigrayan fighters killing civilians, gang raping women and girls, and looting, including from hospitals, with impunity. We're particularly concerned about restrictions that have made it nearly impossible for civilians to receive critical supplies from humanitarian organizations. Humanitarian operations in Tigray are largely reduced or suspended due to the lack of fuel, cash, and other supplies. The ongoing fighting in Afar contributes to the large-scale displacements in the region and hinders the delivery of humanitarian supplies into Tigray. Civic space in Tigray has shrunk considerably with the repression of civil society, both by state and non-state actors. Telecommunications restrictions continue with the aim of controlling communication channels. These restrictions risk silencing victims and hinder access to information. The special session in December 2021 highlighted the urgent need for investigations and accountability for the serious violations of international law, possibly amounting to war crimes that have rocked Tigray since November 2021 and which continue to escalate. We ask the High Commissioner to provide more information on how states can best support civil society, including humanitarian groups, and to protect those on the ground amidst worsening conditions. We thank you.
Thank you. Y como último orador.
The last speaker will be the Organisation Internationale pour les Pays les Moins Avancés.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, thank you for your update. On the 13th of July 2021, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution on human rights in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, where the Council expressed concern at the reports of grave human rights violations of international humanitarian law allegedly committed by all parties in the Tigray region since the start of the conflict on the 4th of November 2020. The Council emphasized the need to hold accountable all those responsible for human rights violations and requested the High Commissioner to update on the development of the situation. Today, we witness progress towards the cessation of hostilities after the African Union-led mediation efforts have taken place. This is a demonstrable effort to foster peace in Ethiopia after more than 16 months of war, which will lead to a real opportunity for political and diplomatic resolution of the conflict. Nonetheless, despite this optimism, OICMA warns that the ongoing military operations in some parts of Ethiopia are a huge obstacle to the peace process and hinder the peace-building measures that should be applied by the different parties in the conflict. Madam High Commissioner, according to the above, could you please inform about the challenges faced by your regional office in Addis Ababa in conflict prevention, post-conflict and peace building? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Y ahora tiene la palabra la alta comisionada.
I now give the floor to the Deputy High Commissioner for her concluding remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank all delegations for their interventions and try to respond to the questions by the EU, Canada and Ireland on ensuring accountability and redress for victims. I'm encouraged by the parallel tracks being pursued at the national level with the ongoing work to follow up on the recommendations of the Joint Investigation Report, and internationally with the establishment of the Commission of Human Rights Experts, which is really going to complement domestic efforts. I'd like to stress that progress on accountability, the fight against impunity and redress for victims requires sustained political will, but also technical support and adequate resources. Beyond statements on accountability, concrete actions, including prosecutions, must be taken in order to send a strong message to both the alleged perpetrators as well as the victims and survivors. And I urge the international community and all actors to continue to support those efforts. The UK wondered what kind of support is required or necessary for the Commission of Experts to fully accomplish their work, and I want to once again stress the need for both political and financial support. The office is now working to operationalize the mandate that we were given, including the establishment and the recruitment of an independent secretariat. A startup team has already been in place since early January to lay the groundwork for the Commission. I must say it is regrettable that the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions, ACABQ, has actually recommended a cut of 1/3 of the posts, including some very critical ones, which will undoubtedly affect the Commission's ability to fully implement its mandate. Obviously, we will continue to try to address that gap. I also reiterate the importance of having safe and unimpeded access to affected areas and to victims and survivors, critical to our human rights monitoring. And in this context, I urge all parties to the conflict to allow unfettered access for both humanitarian and human rights actors, and to guarantee that victims, witnesses, and all other sources of information are protected from reprisals. The United States of America wondered whether the government will uphold commitments regarding unhindered access, particularly for those conducting human rights investigations. Let me note here the importance of the government of Ethiopia's stated commitment in this regard, and urge the authorities to follow through with concrete actions. To the questions by Iceland and Germany on ensuring that the work of the International Commission will complement the findings of the joint investigation, I want to remind that the decision to conduct the joint investigation was reached to fill an accountability gap, given the gravity of the situation and the magnitude of the allegations of the violations that we received at the time. The joint investigation report was not and could not be an exhaustive record of all violations and abuses, considering its geographical scope and also the temporal nature, with the cut-off date of 28 June 2021. In this context, it will be critical that the Commission of Human Rights Experts builds on that important work of the joint investigation to provide a fuller picture of the situation. Switzerland asked about the continuing cooperation with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. You will have heard the director speak, the commissioner speak, and obviously the area in which we see the greatest need, including for the implementation of the joint recommendations, obviously is following the joint support to the Interministerial Task Force. And in fact, our office and the Ethiopian Commission continue to disseminate the joint investigation report and its recommendations. We held the consultation forum of major stakeholders on the implementation of those recommendations last month on the 3rd of February, identifying priority actions, mapping the relevant actors needed to implement or support the implementation, and the coordination mechanisms in support of the task force. Our office, in partnership with the Ethiopian Commission and the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, also conducted a 4-day specialized training on human rights and criminal investigations and prosecutions for selected investigators by the task force late last month. All this to say there is ongoing work. Ethiopia needs to speed up investigations and prosecutions against alleged perpetrators and ensure reparations. And in this context, I strongly encourage the international community to continue to support Ethiopia, particularly in reinforcing the capacity of its judiciary. Canada asked what more can be done to prevent further violations by all parties. I would like to again reiterate, as just said, the most important thing perhaps is speedy investigations that would constitute a deterrent for future violations. It is only through accountability that we can break the cycle of violence and impunity, preventing distrust and retaliation that inevitably can lead to more violations. In addition, of course, addressing root causes and past grievances through a genuinely inclusive national dialogue, which we continue to advocate, can help to further curb the violence. CIVICUS flagged the need for effective support to civil society, including humanitarian groups. I absolutely encourage all states to reinforce the capacity of civil society organizations on the ground, both technically and financially. To the question by the Organisation Internationale pour les Pays les Moins Avancés on the challenges faced by our regional office in Addis, I would like to stress again that Ethiopia, of course, sits at a critical juncture, significant political, economic and administrative reforms being undertaken, at the same time grappling with multiple challenges. The current situation there and in the region requires sustainable funding to our regional office for its Ethiopia program specifically, in order that we can really fully do justice to the longer-term work on early warning and conflict prevention, including capacity building. Our regional office looks at conflict prevention from a regional perspective, affecting the Horn of Africa, and we do need further capacity building activities in other countries of the region. In this context, let me also mention the need to finalize the African Union-UN Joint Framework on Human Rights, which is an ongoing initiative to strengthen our cooperation with the AU and be able to really render support to the regional mechanisms. To conclude, Mr. President, I am encouraged by the ongoing efforts of the government, including through the work of the Interministerial Task Force and its committees, and by its readiness to explore possibilities for cooperation with the Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia. Our office stands ready to support all efforts to advance sustainable reconciliation, including through support for accountability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias. Con esto...
Thank you. This brings us to the end of this interactive dialogue. I wish to thank the High Commissioner and the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights for their participation, and we will now move to the oral update and presentation of the High Commissioner, as well as the country reports and oral updates. And with that, I would like to welcome Ms. Michelle Bachelet, High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will make her presentation by video message, and Ms. Nada Al-Nashif, Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, who is with us here in the room. High Commissioner, you have the floor.
Distinguished President, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. The United Nations and this Council stand for the human rights of the world's peoples. Their rights to participate in decisions, to voice their views, and to live in dignity, free from fear and want. We stand for peace and for the right to development. Development that is sustainable, participative, and inclusive, aimed at advancing the common good. The conduct of warfare that targets civilians, violent or unconstitutional overthrow of governments, autocratic rule, and governance and policing that oppress people's rights negate this vision. There is still time to turn back from the sharply escalating misery and fear that we see around us and join the work to create a more positive cycle of increasing solidarity and justice. States have drafted and accepted legal obligations to uphold the rule of law and the integrity of their own institutions and those of other member states, to ensure that governance and transitions are inclusive, to respect human rights in all contexts, including while countering terrorism, to prevent hate speech and support the broadest possible civic space, and to promote the rights to freedom of information, expression, and peaceful assembly, including views that may be critical of the authorities. My human rights update to the Council this morning includes a number of critical situations that call for urgent measures. As a general rule, this update does not include more detailed remarks on the following situations, which are subject of separate discussions during this session: Afghanistan, Belarus, Central African Republic, Colombia, Cyprus, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Guatemala, Honduras, Myanmar, Nicaragua, the occupied Palestinian territories, South Sudan, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Ukraine, and Venezuela. I wish to further update the Council regarding Ukraine. Since the Council urgent debate, the number of civilian casualties has continued to grow. I'm deeply concerned about civilians trapped in active hostilities in numerous areas, and I urge all parties to take effective action to enable all civilians, including those in situations of vulnerability, to safely leave areas affected by conflict. The Office has received reports of arbitrary detention of pro-Ukrainian activists in areas that have recently come under the control of armed groups in the east of the country. We have also received reports of meetings of people considered to be pro-Russian in government-controlled territories. I repeat my urgent call for a peaceful end to hostilities. In the Russian Federation, the space for discussion or criticism of public policies, including its military action against Ukraine, is increasingly and profoundly restricted. Some 12,700 people have been arbitrarily arrested for holding peaceful anti-war protests, and media are being required to use only official information and terms. I remain concerned about the use of repressive legislation that impedes the exercise of civil and political rights and criminalizing non-violent behavior. Vague and overly broad definitions, for example, of extremism or incitement to hatred have led to legal interpretations that are not in line with Russia's human rights obligations. Further legislation criminalizing circumstances of discrediting the armed forces continue down this concerning path. Fundamental freedoms and the work of human rights defenders continue to be undermined by widespread use of the 2012 so-called foreign agent law, as evidenced by the judicial closure of two organizations set up by the widely respected civil society group Memoria. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, deepening political crises are being fueled by divisive rhetoric by some political leaders, incidents of hate speech and incitement to violence. In the Republic Srpska entity early this year have alarmed many people, underscoring the urgent need for leaders to condemn and refrain from such statements. Recent legislative initiative in the Republika Srpska entity to withdraw from state institution would, if adopted, disrupt the rule of law and further limit independence of the judiciary, with potentially far-reaching impact. It is essential that the current negotiations on electoral reform uphold the equality of all of Bosnia and Herzegovina's citizens in line with decisions by the European Court of Human Rights. This situation calls for preventive action. I call on all political leaders to engage in constructive dialogue, including with civil society actors, with a view to protecting the rights of all people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Kazakhstan, excessive use of force was used in the response to both peaceful protests and outbreaks of violence, which resulted in dozens of deaths and well over 5,000 injuries. At least 9,900 people were detained. I deplore the use of other practices that violate Kazakhstan's international human rights obligation, including torture and ill treatment in police detention. I note the first steps towards investigation that have been taken and urge that they be thoroughly and independently conducted, delivering accountability. I also strongly encourage further steps towards comprehensively addressing the grievances that led to these demonstrations, including allegations of corruption and deep underlying inequalities. In Tajikistan, crackdowns continue against the political opposition. Increasing numbers of members of opposition groups have received long-term prison sentences in trials that fail to comply with due process standards. Violence between security forces and demonstrators in November 2021 in the Gorno-Badakhshan autonomous region has also significantly undermined the human rights situation in the area, creating an environment of fear and repression. I deplore the continued internet shutdown in the region. Such shutdowns clearly violate human rights. I'm encouraged by the welcome given by many governments and communities to people fleeing Ukraine, including the unanimous decision by European Union member states to activate temporary protection and permission to stay for them across the EU. In the face of hundreds of thousands of refugees, this speedy reaction is a bright light in a desperately sad situation. However, it contrasts starkly with the treatment of migrants from other countries at European borders and elsewhere in the world. A humane and principled approach should not be the exception. It should be the rule. It is essential that all states meet their obligations regarding all migrants, no matter the color of their skin, their nationality, or their religion, and that they coordinate this action through implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. Currently, pushbacks, limited access to asylum and other human rights protection, criminalization of migrants and human rights defenders, inadequate reception conditions, and lack of independent monitoring mechanisms exacerbate migrants' vulnerability and violate their rights. In just one of the starkest examples of the lethal impact of such policies, more than 2,000 migrants died or went missing in the Mediterranean last year, bringing the total since 2017 to over 10,000. This tragic loss is not inevitable. It could be addressed by coordinated action to search and rescue migrants at sea, ensuring disembarkation in places of safety, and expanding pathways for safe and regular migration so that migrants are not compelled to make more precarious journeys. I also call on all states to cease actions which criminalize or obstruct the work of humanitarian organizations providing assistance to migrants. Excellencies, I deeply regret the series of recent unconstitutional changes of power in several countries of the African continent, which have serious impact on the stability of institutions, societies, and beyond national borders into the wider region. Democratic and accountable government is a strong driver of sustainable development and rights, with institutions widely viewed as legitimate, working to resolve grievances, diminish corruption, and prevent social tensions and conflict. Compliance by security forces with international human rights and humanitarian law is crucial to building public trust. This is especially important in areas where non-state armed groups are active. A safe civic space that empowers all parts of society, including political parties, human rights defenders, civil society organizations, and journalists, to speak up freely and contribute to identifying challenges and solutions is also key to building resilient and stable societies. I urge governments to strengthen the credibility of democratic institutions and the accountability and independence of key institutions such as the judiciary and national human rights institutions. In Mali, it is essential to ensure a swift transition to democracy and a full return to constitutional order. Although there was a slight reduction in the number of security incidents in the last quarter of 2021 compared with the previous quarter, the security environment in the country remains precarious with serious consequences on human rights and the humanitarian situation. I'm extremely concerned by the country's shrinking civic space and democratic debate, as well as by continued attacks on civilians by violent extremist groups, community-based armed groups, and militias. Enforced disappearances or abduction documented by the UN more than doubled in 2021 to 775 cases. I'm concerned by reports of very serious violations of international human rights and humanitarian law by the defense and security forces, notably those engaged in Operation Keletigi. My office has investigated a number of allegations in the Abali and elsewhere. Ordinary Malians are suffering from the impact of sanctions, and I regret the continued tension between the authorities and several regional and international partners. I call on the transitional authorities to work constructively with their regional and international partners to advance the full rights of Mali's people. Following the signing of a host country agreement with the government of Burkina Faso in October 2021, we have opened an office in the country and now have presences in all of the G5 Sahel countries. During my visits to Burkina Faso and Niger in December, I noted numerous efforts undertaken by both countries to prevent conflict and build greater peace in the Sahel. I'm therefore profoundly concerned by the recent coup in Burkina Faso, a setback that may severely compromise the human rights progress that I observed. I urge swift return to rule of law and constitutional democracy in full respect of the rights and freedom of all Burkinabe. Transitional authorities must adhere to the country's commitment under international human rights law. The security situation, particularly in the three-border area between Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, is alarming. We continue to document human rights violations by the security forces and abuses and attacks by armed groups in a conflict that has displaced 2.5 million people over the past 10 years. Both conflict and displacement are escalated by resource scarcity, particularly water scarcity, which often aggravates tensions, including between farmers and herders, which are exploited by violent extremist groups. I strongly encourage greater efforts to protect civilians and to increase action to address humanitarian needs, sustainable and green development, gender equality, and protection of migrants. In Chad, the office continues to assist implementation of the roadmap for democratic transitions outlined by the transitional government that took power following the death of President Idriss Déby in April 2021. A national dialogue, which has been postponed several times, is now expected to take place in May this year. The transitional roadmap must be rooted in human rights to avoid discrimination, address inequalities, and ensure inclusion, particularly of ethnic and religious minorities, women, youth, trade unions, and civil society actors in both urban and rural areas, and to enable true dialogue. The G5 Sahel Joint Force Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law Compliance Framework, which OSCHR helps operationalize, demonstrates that human rights and protection of civilians can be placed at the core of military operations. However, this requires the full and constant dedication of all authorities involved. Since my visit to the region, the political context of the G5 Sahel has evolved considerably, with possible implications for the future of the G5 Sahel Executive Secretariat and Joint Force. While we are monitoring this development, we are committed to continue working with these institutions and with national counterparts to ensure that compliance with human rights, international humanitarian law remains at the core of regional and national counter-terrorist operations. Through our field presences in each of the G5 Sahel countries, my office stands ready to also work directly with national security forces towards greater human rights compliance. In Cameroon, I remain concerned by the severe human rights impact of three distinct and simultaneous crises: increasing attacks by armed separatist groups in the northwest and southwest regions, interethnic clashes and attacks by Boko Haram militia in the far north, and in the east region, spillover effects from the crisis in the Central African Republic, all involve serious human rights violations and abuses against civilians, greatly increased poverty and other vulnerabilities, and are causing large-scale displacement. In the northwest and southwest regions, hundreds of thousands of people live in constant fear of attacks or counterinsurgency operations, as well as reprisals directed at them by all parties for their perceived support to adversaries. Increasing use of improvised explosive devices by armed separatist groups has killed and injured numerous civilians, particularly children. Continuing attacks by armed groups or humanitarian workers and UN personnel impede the delivery of assistance. While I welcome some steps taken so far by the government to address these and other issues, I urge stronger efforts to fully implement the recommendations published by my office in November, including by advancing a broad and free civic space. Reports of serious human rights violations by security forces must be investigated and lead to accountability. Excellencies, in Syria, I'm deeply concerned by the increasingly volatile situation in northeastern areas under the control of Turkish-affiliated armed groups and the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF. The attack on a prison in Al-Hasakeh city by ISIL in January also highlighted the continued and unacceptable arbitrary deprivation of liberty of many people held in detention facilities and camps. I again strongly urge countries of origin to repatriate their nationals, especially women and children, in accordance with their obligations under international law. I note in that respect the strong position taken last week by the Committee on the Rights of the Child in its complaint jurisprudence, stating clear legal obligations on states to act to the extent of their capacities to assist their nationals in these situations of very high risk. There is also an urgent need to address the tens of thousands of Syrians who remain missing, abducted, or held incommunicado. Their families must know the truth about their whereabouts and fate. The conviction in January by a German court of a senior Syrian intelligence official is a significant step towards accountability, justice, and reparation for victims. I also welcome in this regard the action taken by the General Assembly to examine options to clarify the fate and whereabouts of missing people in the Syrian Arab Republic, identify human remains, and provide support to their families. My office is closely engaged in this process. In Yemen, hostilities are intensifying. In January 2022, 1,623 airstrikes by the Saudi-led coalition and 40 cross-border attacks by Ansar Allah were recorded. This represents a 275% increase in coalition airstrikes from last year's monthly average. These numbers rose sharply following the non-renewal of the mandate of the group of eminent international and regional experts in October, underscoring the importance of the key role it had played in monitoring the situation. All parties to the conflict continue to engage in serious human rights violations and abuses. Indiscriminate or deliberate attacks targeting civilian areas and civilian infrastructure, which would constitute war crimes, have caused increasing civilian casualties in the past 4 months, with preliminary figures for January at half of the total for all of 2021. The long-standing blockade of the Hudaida port constitutes collective punishment against ordinary Yemenis. Humanitarian operations, including health, nutrition and livelihood programs for millions of Yemenis and migrants, have been forced to close or sharply curtailed due to shortages and funding cuts. This is intensifying people's despair after 7 years of warfare and no sign of peace. I also repeat my call for Ansar Allah to release the 2 OICHR and UNESCO staff members it has improperly detained. In Tunisia, I'm deeply concerned by the continuous suspension of parliament and rapid erosion of key institutions. In particular, last month's decision to dissolve the High Judicial Council seriously undermines rule of law, the separation of powers, and the independence of the judiciary. I noted the announcement in December of a roadmap for 2022 that includes national consultation of all Tunisians, followed by a referendum in July and parliamentary elections in December this year. I'm very concerned by his recent announcement of plans to forbid civil society groups from receiving any funding from abroad, a ruling that risks deep damage to the essential civic and democratic space. We will be closely following this development. The office firmly believes that the major progress Tunisia has made in the past decade towards promoting and realizing human rights can and should be preserved. We will support reform efforts that are in line with Tunisia's obligation under international law. I'm concerned by the deteriorating situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, including a dramatic rise in the number of Palestinians killed by Israeli forces, 320 in 2021 compared to 32 in 2020. Settler violence is increasing not only in number of incidents but also in severity. The arrests of Palestinians almost doubled in 2021, with administrative detention without charge or trial up to 30%. I'm also deeply concerned by repressive measures taken by Israel against human rights defenders and civil society actors based on vague and unsubstantiated allegations and with potentially far-reaching consequences for their activity. In my report, I also refer to action by the Palestinian Authority that curtail civic space. In Libya, I'm disturbed by the postponement of the election scheduled for 24 December amid rising political tensions and attacks on people based on perceived opinion or political affiliation, as well as attacks on the judiciary. The elections in June must be based on full respect for the political right of all candidates and voters, including the right to raise their voices without fear. Serious violations of international humanitarian human rights law continue to be perpetrated by armed groups, militia associated with government, and Libyan National Army units. Torture, unlawful killing, enforced disappearances, sexual violence, and arbitrary arrest and detention remain extremely widespread with almost complete impunity. Migrants in Libya continue to suffer horrific forms of abuse. In Iraq, we welcome Iraqi authorities' expressed interest in deepening a constructive and sustainable partnership with OICHR, including through more exchange between UNAMI Human Rights Office and relevant government entities. Persistent impunity for killings and disappearances of civic activists, as well as arrests, threats, and online attacks against human rights defenders continue to seriously impact human rights. I encourage the newly formed government to intensify its efforts to ensure accountability for these violations, and I urge the authorities both in federal Iraq and in the Kurdistan region to take the steps necessary to sufficiently protect civic and democratic space. In particular, the right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression must be safeguarded, including in the digital sphere. We continue to engage with the National Fact-Finding Commission mandated to investigate violations in the context of demonstrations, and I urge the authorities to provide resources and support to enable the Commission to carry out its work. In Iran, while noting increased efforts by the authorities to engage with my office and human rights mechanism on a range of human rights issues, I'm concerned that persistent impunity for human rights violations continue to undermine human rights. As in Kazakhstan last July, excessive use of force was deployed against protesters in Esfahan in December, but neither incident appears to have led to any form of accountability for the death and injuries caused. Imposition of the death penalty continues, including for offenses that do not, under international law, amount to the most serious crimes. In the first 2 months of this year, at least 55 people have been executed, including for drug charges. At least 85 child offenders remain on death row, and at least 3 child offenders were executed in 2021. I urge the Iranian authorities to promptly bring their policy and practice in this area into line with international standards. In Algeria, I'm concerned by increasing restrictions on fundamental freedoms, including an increase in arrest and detention of human rights defenders, civil society members, and political opponents. I call on the government to change course and take all necessary steps to guarantee its people's rights to freedom of speech, association, and peaceful assembly. Excellencies, the free exercise of journalism is essential for every healthy democracy. But in numerous countries, media workers face alarming levels of violence, including killings, often with impunity. In Mexico, we documented the killing of 4 journalists and 1 media worker in just the first 2 months of this year, with 2 additional cases still being verified. In 2021, 8 journalists and 2 guards from a media outlets were killed and 2 other journalists disappeared. Reporters working on local politics, corruption, and crime face greater risk of attacks. Unfortunately, at times, officials have contributed to the climate of fear in which they work by denigrating journalists and the relevance of their investigative work. In El Salvador, I have been deeply concerned by reportedly massive use of malware to spy on journalists and civil society organizations until at least as late as November 2021. These reports emerged months after warnings, including from ourselves, about the serious risk of malware, spyware such as Pegasus, and our calls for a moratorium on the sale and use of these technologies. I call on all governments to strengthen the protection of journalists as well as accountability for crimes that target them. The legitimate work of journalists deserves fostering, protection, and follow-up, not censorship and stigmatization. I am alarmed by the escalating protection crisis in Haiti, with rising insecurity, declining access to basic services, and overall lack of accountability. Port-au-Prince experienced an unprecedented expansion of gang violence in 2021, with at least 2,344 people killed, injured, or kidnapped amid an increasing proliferation of weapons. According to estimates, between 1 million and 3.5 million people have seen their protection situation worsen. Sexual violence is used as a weapon by gangs to terrorize and reinforce control over residents. Gang violence has also severely affected access to basic services, with severe impact on people in vulnerable situations. In a long-standing context of corruption and impunity, the crisis further undermines fragile institutions, including the judiciary, the police, and parliament. Measures to re-establish security should go beyond only strengthening national security forces' capacities and focus on accountability, prevention, and protection. Against the background of ongoing assessment of the BNU mandate, it is vital to ensure that the future UN presence in the country retains a strong human rights mandate and focus with adequate resources and capacities to support national institutions. Deaths of people of African descent at the hands of law enforcement continue to occur at disproportionately high levels in many countries. In the United States, civil societies groups have advanced a figure of 266 killings of people of African descent by the police in 2021, indicating that they are, and I will quote them, almost 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people, end of quote. While other research suggests the figure could be even higher. In Brazil, 79% of people killed in police intervention in 2020 were of African descent, according to a non-governmental organization. Troubling statistics in this same vein arise in a number of other countries. I urge national authorities in all regions of the world to ensure prompt and effective accountability for death at the hands of law enforcement. And I'm glad to know that the newly established international independent expert mechanism to advance racial justice and equality in law enforcement held its first session in Geneva last week. I call on all states to facilitate country visits by the expert and to share all relevant information with them. We welcome the recent announcement that the United States signaling its support for the Global Compact for Migration. To implement the Compact's vision and guiding principles in line with obligations under international law, we call for an end to use of Title 42 powers, which have today facilitated the expulsion of more than 1.3 million migrants without individual screening and without adequate access to protection on the grounds of public health. Other health measures, such as vaccines and testing, are readily available and can be put in place without jeopardizing migrants' rights to protection. Excellencies, in China, I remain concerned about the treatment of individuals who speak up on human rights issues that are deemed critical of the policies of the authorities at the local or national level, some of whom have faced restrictions on their freedom of movement, including house arrest, or in some cases have been sentenced to terms of imprisonment based on criminal charges stemming from their activities. My office has raised a number of such cases with the government and encouraged the authorities to take steps to ensure that freedom of expression and opinion are fully respected and protected. I am pleased to announce that we have recently reached an agreement with the government of China for a visit. Hence, my office and the government of China have initiated concrete preparations for a visit that is foreseen will take place in May of this year. Preparation will have to take into account COVID-19 regulations. The government has also accepted the visit of an advanced OHCHR team to prepare my stay in China, including an on-site visit to Xinjiang and other places. This team will depart to China next month. In Cambodia, I'm troubled by the authorities' use of COVID-19 restrictions to further erode democratic and civic space, including as a pretext to break a lawful strike by casino workers. My office witnessed recent violence by authorities who forced women strikers onto buses and away from a strike site. In contrast to measures applied to the general public, strikers have been arbitrarily detained and forced to test multiple times for COVID-19. I call on the authorities to respect the right to peaceful assembly and engage in dialogue to address the strikers' legitimate requests. Protecting fundamental freedoms will be important as the country approaches local elections, in which the country's largest opposition party is precluded from running, and many of its leaders and supporters are exiled, detained, or even facing prosecution for conduct legitimate under international law. In India, I'm concerned by recent statements and actions expressing hatred and violence against religious minority communities. Notably, at two events in December, Hindutva leaders called for the murder of Muslims in a context purporting to make India a Hindu nation. I encourage full, transparent, and prompt accountability. Rising violence against the Christian community is also deeply concerning. Faith-based organizations recorded over 305 cases of attacks on Christians from January to November 2021, many involving Hindu supremacist groups. Over the past year, problematic laws banning religious conversion have been enacted or proposed in several states. Such laws may foster hatred or even violence. I urge India's leaders to publicly condemn any form of hate speech and incitement to religious hatred, regardless of religious or ethnic origins. In Thailand, I'm dismayed by the dramatically shrinking civic space and ongoing use of serious criminal charges against individuals, including children, for exercising the right to expression and peaceful assembly both on and offline. A number of draft bills under review could have far-reaching human rights implications and further undermine civic space. Notably, proposed legislation on not-profit associations enables excessively broad discretionary powers to deny registration, curtail activities, and impose criminal charges against civil society organizations and individuals. I call on the government to bring these draft laws into full compliance with international human rights standards and to uphold its obligation to safeguard people's fundamental freedoms, including online. People must be empowered to safely raise and advocate their views on all issues of public interest without fear of reprisals. In Vietnam, I remain concerned about the recent sentencing of a number of individuals on charges related to their human rights work. In reference to the SC's recent report on reprisal, I would continue to urge the government to ensure that people's right to freedom of expression, assembly, and association is respected in an environment that is free of harassment, intimidation, and reprisals. Excellencies, this Council stands for preventing the human rights violations that create conflict and unbearable suffering. It stands for the principle that will carry forward a healthy, peaceful, and sustainable future for our children and their children for generations to come. That path towards peace, security, and sound and sustainable development begins by meaningfully including all members of society in representative and accountable decision-making with a view to ensuring greater justice and fulfilling the human rights of all. Our work here is to advance all countries along that path. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam High Commissioner, and we will now proceed with the presentation of the reports of the High Commissioner on the activities of her office in Colombia, Guatemala, and Honduras. We shall also hear the presentation of the report and oral update on Cyprus and on Eritrea, respectively. Madam High Commissioner, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I'm honored to present my office's report on the human rights situation in Colombia, Guatemala, Honduras, and Cyprus. I will also briefly update the Council on the progress made in the cooperation between Eritrea, my office, and its impact on human rights in the country. Empiezo con mi informe.
I start with the annual report on Colombia. This, with the signing of the peace agreement between the government and FARC-EP. Since it was signed, there have been significant steps to build peace, democracy, and public political participation, with demobilization of the FARC-EP and a contribution to a new political party, as well as the creation of a movement for peace in Congress for victims of the armed conflict. The government must guarantee the right to participate in the next elections free of threats and violence. This will be the best possible step to transitional justice, with the Commission for Peace and the unit to seek disappeared persons. Their contribution has been important in upholding the right to justice, truth and reparation, and I call on that authority to fulfill that work and protect the victims who participate in the transitional justice process. Despite the progress, there are many challenges. In 2021, we saw with concern a rise in violence against social leaders and others, with territorial expansion by armed groups. The indigenous groups and Afro-descendants were especially affected. The office saw 78 massacres and over 100 killings of human rights defenders. The verification unit in Colombia reported many cases where the FARC-EP were still active, and there must be a greater state presence in the most affected territories. In addition, there must be consultations with civil society and a dismantling of criminal networks, as well as a strengthened response. In 2021, we also documented 54 cases of arbitrary violations of the right to life by the public authorities, including with the unnecessary or disproportionate use of force against public protests during the strike. We published a report in December 2021, including a call for protection of the right to peaceful process and respect for international standards on the use of force. We call on the government to step up efforts to guarantee the right to land for victims of armed conflicts through implementation of the rural reform, which is part of the peace process. We welcome the ongoing cooperation with the authorities and stand ready to provide support in implementation of the recommendations in the report. I now move to my report on Guatemala, which continues to face challenges in human rights. The pandemic exacerbated inequalities and poverty, particularly among indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and people in the informal sector. This requires an urgent response by the authorities. There were continued attacks and persecution of the judiciary, including with in recent months a rise in attacks on prosecutors and lawyers investigating corruption and impunity, and in major cases of human rights violations during the armed conflict. This is a matter of concern. It undermines the right to an independent judiciary. Likewise, we saw the election of judges to the Constitutional Court, but there's a lack of progress in appointing judges to the Supreme Court and Appeals Court. We welcome the progress that has been made on addressing violations of human rights during the armed conflict and call on the authorities to continue to make progress. Civic space continues to shrink with attacks and reprisals against human rights defenders and journalists. We saw over 100 attacks on human rights defenders and 6 killings. 33 on journalists. The authorities must take measures to strengthen the legislation and policy to strengthen human rights defenders and journalists. There has been a rise in violence against women and girls in Guatemala in 2021. The prosecution service saw many thousands of cases of violence against women and thousands of killings. There were also 29 LGBTI persons killed. We call for the authorities to take urgent measures to prevent and protect. We encourage the government of Guatemala to continue to cooperate with human rights mechanisms in the United Nations and regionally. We will provide technical support to the government as necessary and to the various stakeholders in order that they may make progress on promoting and protecting human rights in the country. President Excellencies, I now move to Honduras. The human rights situation in Honduras was marked by a rise in poverty, inequality, impunity and corruption, ongoing discrimination and high levels of violence. The peaceful elections had a high level of participation and the first female president was elected. However, the campaign, the pre-election period gave rise to many cases of violence, including 30 killings. There is a need for accountability to address the human rights abuses that took place. We are concerned about the difficulties with the National Congress and call on the parties to resolve the situation. We also call on for the strengthening of the rule of law and democratic institutions. There have been many violent deaths of women and of LGBTI persons registered in Honduras. There must be a timely, effective investigation. We deplore the attacks on human rights defenders and journalists. Dozens of them were killed last year. In connection with the killing of Berta Cáceres, we are concerned with the lack of access to justice by victims. We call on the government to strengthen policies to improve protection for all persons who defend human rights. There have been high levels of poverty in all those countries. The level rose in Honduras considerably last year. 41% of children at primary school age do not have formal education and were outside the education system because of the pandemic, with a lack of internet access. There have also been major structural difficulties, and in particular, a decree facilitating the release of a number of public servants who had been jailed for corruption. We're also concerned by land conflicts, particularly as a result of extraction activities, and there have been attacks on environmental rights defenders and expulsions. I call on the government to build a more sustainable and fair economic model which respects the rights of these communities and improves living standards.
Report to Cyprus, A/HRC/49/22. The ongoing division of Cyprus continues to hinder the enjoyment of human rights for all people across the island. The report underscores continuing concerns with respect to the right to life, the issue of missing persons, the right to non-discrimination, the freedoms of movement, opinion and expression, and religion or belief, the right to seek asylum, property rights, the right to education, the right to participate in cultural life. It also reiterates the importance of the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in the peace process. The COVID-19 pandemic and related restrictions have exacerbated existing human rights challenges and limited direct engagement for people in Cyprus, with people in vulnerable situations being disproportionately impacted. At the same time, the pandemic provides a key opportunity to build back better with human rights at the center of the response. While I welcome the agreement reached last June to reopen all crossing points that were closed because of the pandemic, it also paramount that renewed efforts are made to recover the prior progress achieved in trust building between communities. I commend the efforts of all those who continue to work in the face of those challenges to advance human rights for all people living in Cyprus. They include civil society, religious leaders, and faith-based actors, and many bi-communal initiatives. I also note that responses on both sides of community, including religious, political, and human rights actors, have counterbalanced politically or ethnically motivated attacks. However, I am concerned that there has been only limited progress in realizing the right to the truth for the families of missing people. I encourage enhanced efforts to further address this. I also urge and call upon all parties to redouble efforts for mutual dialogue and cooperation. These are the foundational pillars to ensure sustainable peace and to guarantee that all people in Cyprus can equally enjoy their rights. Excellencies, I will conclude with my oral update on cooperation between Eritrea and my office and its impact on the situation of human rights. 8/HRC/47/L14. I regret the very limited progress in any engagement over the past 5 years. However, in January 2022, a regional representative for East Africa was able to take part in a joint UN mission as part of the launch of Eritrea's UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. Our representative noted some positive justice system reforms initiatives underway. For example, a new criminal procedure law is being finalized that increases compliance with international human rights standards. As the Council will recall, following a series of engagements and missions in 2015 and 2016, the Eritrean authorities identified 3 priority areas for cooperation with my office. They were strengthening the judiciary, improving the human rights of people with disabilities, and improving access to water and sanitation. My office has repeatedly offered support in all 3 areas. In 2017, we developed a detailed roadmap to strengthen the administration of justice and to contribute to enabling the environment for the advancement of human rights. We have also offered our technical support to assist the government to implement recommendations made by the Universal Periodic Review. During an interactive dialogue in the Council session in July last year, the representative of Eritrea stated that his government was ready to engage with my office on the 3 priority areas as well as on the roadmap for cooperation. He requested that my office revise the roadmap, yet as of today, the authorities have not responded to our request for discussion on this. My office has also sought dialogue with Eritrea in the context of the joint UN Human Rights and Ethiopian Human Rights Commission report into the conflict in the Tigray region, which found allegations of human rights violations committed by Eritrean troops. There was no direct response to our request for dialogue, and the Eritrean Minister of Information issued a public rejection of the joint report following its publication. To our knowledge, there have been no steps towards accountability for the violation of human rights and humanitarian law allegedly committed by Eritrean defense forces in the Tigray conflict. In this context, I am grateful that Eritrea's UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework brings a new opportunity for my office to help fulfill this critical human rights agenda. I renew our offer of technical cooperation, and I urge the government to facilitate another OHCHR technical visit to the country as soon as possible. I also call on the government to engage with all special procedures mandate holders, including the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Eritrea. Excellencies, this concludes my introduction of country reports and updates under Item 2. I encourage stakeholders to implement the recommendations. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Madam High Commissioner. We are going to start the general debate on the oral update of the High Commissioner on the reports, the update that has just been presented. In accordance with our usual practice, as we know, we'll listen to the delegations of the concerned countries covered in the oral update reports. Each delegation will have 5 minutes. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia.
Nuestra respuesta está por video.
Our response is in video form by the Vice Foreign Minister of Colombia. The other responses will be provided by us here. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. So I give the floor to the representative of Colombia speaking from Colombia, the Vice Minister, by video.
Discúlpeme.
I'm sorry, Ambassador. The Secretariat informs me that they have not received the video of the Vice Minister. It's in the platform. I would like to know what happened with the videos. It was confirmed that it was on the platform today. It was confirmed. Thank you, Ambassador. If you agree, says the President, while we resolve this problem, we'll go on to the distinguished Ambassador of Guatemala for her presentation. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador, Permanent Representative of Guatemala. You have the floor. Mr. President, the government of Guatemala takes note of the report on activities undertaken in 2021 by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, human rights by the United Nations in the country. We value the cooperation and support which, at the request of the government of Guatemala, has been provided for the last 17 years by the office, established through an agreement signed in 2005. We also welcome the work done by Mr. Mika Kanerva-Vuri, who heads up the office team right now. We are maintaining an open and frank dialogue with the office to strengthen cooperation and capacity building, leading to a bolstering of national institutions for the promotion and protection of human rights of all Guatemalans in accordance with the priorities and needs identified by the government. The political constitution of the Republic of Guatemala is categorical when it comes to establishing that the state shall guarantee and protect human life. The government shoulders responsibility for this protection and ensures full promotion and the exercise and defense of human rights as a guide for taking decisions in various spheres of public action. The government of Guatemala is strictly adhering to constitutional principles which govern the rule of law and democracy, guaranteeing separation of powers and independence of the executive, legislature, and judicial branches, and reaffirms its deep-seated respect for everything that is enshrined in the political constitution of the Republic in terms of the functions and decisions of each body and organization. The Attorney General's office has a special prosecutor against impunity and the prosecutor for human rights, which have been strengthened to look into effectively cases related to human rights defenders, journalists, justice, judicial workers, and trade unionists, strengthening criminal prosecutions. There has also been a strengthening of the capacity of the Division for the Protection of Persons and Security of the Civil National Police Force under the auspices of the Government Ministry. We have strengthened institutionality in the area of human rights, endowing it with legal certainty and practical operationalism, with the basic principle of enforcing the general policies of the government and the commitments entered into by the state at the international level, while seeking development and harmony for the entire population in the form of the Presidential Commission for Peace and Human Rights. Guatemala is stalwart in its determination to preserve sustainable peace and to generate dialogue, participatory opportunities, seeking social inclusive work together. The government reaffirms its commission to combat the scourge of corruption and promoting integrity and transparency of governmental institutions through the presidential government of the open government and electronic commission of the Presidential Commission against corruption. The report of the office takes into account sources and official information as well as other stakeholders. It contains recommendations and valuable and accessible recommendations which we could live up to. However, it also comes out with some value judgments which could give rise to erroneous interpretations and prejudice results of administrative actions, investigations and judicial remedies underway. We think it is necessary to have a better assessment made of the efforts undertaken by the government of Guatemala and those which currently are dealing with the pandemic of COVID-19, which has exacerbated challenges for a long time now. The government has directed its most important efforts to designing and responding to the needs of our people to generate development in our communities, particularly the most vulnerable sectors thereof, women, children, and boys and girls, young people, older persons, indigenous peoples, and migrants. Mr. President, to bring about efficient multilateralism, which is relevant, it is vital for the United Nations to welcome self-recognition of challenges and cooperation on the part of its member states. Guatemala will continue to work to strengthen national mechanisms and international ones to promote and protect human rights, particularly stressing prevention. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajadora.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Honduras, who also has a video presentation. However, the Secretary has informed me that the delegation has had some technical problems when it came to recording the video. It only has the sound and a fixed image. And because of problems of time difference between Geneva and Honduras, they could not re-record. So given these circumstances, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Honduras for the video presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the Council, I am Nathalie Roque-Sandoval, State Secretary in the Human Rights Office of the Government of the Republic of Honduras, representing the people and government of Honduras. I am addressing you on the occasion of the report that deals with the human rights situation in Honduras. It is not a report that we will contest because, as is well known, we have a new government which has arisen as a result of a very difficult electoral process in which we experienced deep-seated political violence, polarization, and a huge terror and stigmatization campaign, which is of great concern to our government in terms of the consequences it will have for the social fabric of our country. However, I do think it is appropriate on this occasion to address the distinguished Human Rights Council to voice the commitment that was clear and explicit on the part of the President of the Republic when delivering the inaugural speech, founding our governmental program and action on inalienable respect for human rights. It is for this reason that I'm speaking to you to reconfirm this commitment and to express to you with joy that we are currently taking the first strong steps in this direction. As is well known, our program and our political proposals contain a robust commitment to human rights, particularly the rights of women, the rights of human rights defenders, as well as the human rights plan, migrants who have been all the persons who have been stigmatized and all those who have suffered from systematic violence and violation of human rights over an entire decade. It is for this reason that just a few days after the inception of our government, the National Congress issued a decree which allows for an amnesty and is starting to dismantle the process of political persecution that began during the coup d'etat but extended throughout a decade, affecting human rights defenders in the territory, communicators, defenders of justice and life. Therefore, we can also mention with pleasure that we have carried out the first releases of political prisoners. And right now, there is a process underway of freeing all of those who had defended life and who exercised their right to protest from the need to go through a trial. I can also tell you that our government is supremely committed to respecting the territoriality and the people belonging to indigenous communities. And this is why, in addition to having clearly come out against the project of handing over territories known as the Employment and Development Zones, which have been denounced internationally in the area of human rights, we are also taking resolute steps in the area of human rights and business. And the government's approach will also focus on the vital need for compensation on the part of the companies that have violated the rights of people. That they must make up for the damage. And also the state of Honduras will have to guide these reparation processes. In March, which we have been commemorating, there was our sister Berta Cáceres' commemoration for the International Day of Women. And lastly, March 24th is the day of Monsignor Romero and the Day of Truth, and we will assume a great commitment to truth and justice so that our process of reconciliation can go on in our country. Therefore, I would like to reaffirm the commitment on the part of the government of Honduras. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister of Honduras. Let's see, and I do apologize for the little hitches. I think we are able now to give the floor to Colombia for a video statement. Madam Vice Minister, I understand. Madam High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, President of the Human Rights Council, Federico Villegas, dignitaries participating in this 49th session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by expressing appreciation for the report of the High Commissioner on the human rights situation in Colombia in 2021, which recognizes significant progress and robust institutions which are committed to guaranteeing human rights in our country. We understand that the report identifies major challenges faced by us as a society, among which we find security in combating criminal groups, protecting social leaders and human rights defenders, ensuring guarantees of the rights of Afro-descendant communities and indigenous communities. It is also clear that it does recognize strides forward in the area of protecting Venezuelan migrants, the political participation of victims from the conflict that lasted that through 16 peace circumscriptions, the solidity of transitional justice mechanisms, as well as progress in ordinary judicial processes in terms of clarifying and fact-finding of violations of human rights, and the joint work between the Ministry of Defense with the Office of the High Commissioner for the Prevention of such violations. Colombia is aware that one of the most daunting challenges that we're facing is the presence of criminal groups who are combating each other, struggling to control illicit economy areas. These phenomena are the driver behind criminal organizations which are part of transnational drug trafficking networks, and they are the source of financing for terrorism and constitute a major factor in violence and threats against the human rights of our people. But it is also true that the efforts undertaken by national institutions have generated huge progress, which are benefiting directly the communities hardest hit by these groups, thanks to the implementation of the defense and security policy, which has managed to weaken some criminal structures, such as the Gulf Clan, which is responsible for hundreds of crimes against the civilian population. On the other hand, we understand that there are many challenges related to our context, which have to do with the protection of social leaders, those who have devoted their lives to defending human rights, because it is important for the state not only to try to reduce and fight back threats against a human group which amounts to more than 7 million people, but it's also important to develop efficient strategies for the prevention, protection, and investigation of attacks which work against the promotion of a culture which results from their work. One of the responses of the state, which has been most significant in this area, is the creation of the public policy for guarantees and respect for work to defend human rights and social leadership in December 2021. Colombia recognizes also the importance of the rights of Afro-descendant and indigenous communities. Their needs are special, and they have frequently had to suffer from vulnerability. It is for this reason that the actions and policies implemented by the state to guarantee their rights are aligned with the parameters and international obligations we've entered into in this area. For example, the ILO has recognized major progress achieved in respecting autonomy, integrity, dignity, and the culture of our communities in the framework of implementing Convention 169. I would also like to underscore the state's commitment to guaranteeing access to territories for ethnic peoples through the constitution expansion and remediation of indigenous areas and the collective title holding of territories for the Afro-descendant communities, Afro-Colombians, and Palenqueras and Raizales. The presentation of this report constitutes an opportunity to recognize all of these challenges and also the efforts and progress made. Colombia continues and will continue to work unremittingly to promote and guarantee human rights of all inhabitants of its territory, meeting their particular needs and promoting inclusive policies. However, understanding the deep-seated causes of violence which threaten certain parts of our population also means an appeal for shared responsibility of the entire international community. Meanwhile, if we do not do so, drug trafficking will continue and all types of illegal economic activities as well. Institutional efforts will be insufficient and our people will be vulnerable when it comes to meeting the threat to the human dignity that they're suffering from. This is an important opportunity to take stock. The challenges and recognitions that have been made by the office in its report call upon us as a state to continue in this work, which is also important because we have done so much and we can look forward to the future with optimism. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister. I now give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Cyprus.
Mr. President, I thank the High Commissioner for presenting the annual report on the question of human rights in Cyprus, HRC 4922, covering the period between the 1st of December 2020 and the 30th of November 2021. The Government of the Republic of Cyprus fully supports the mandate of the OHCHR as established by the 1975, 1976 and the 1987 resolutions of the Commission on Human Rights and Decision 2102 of 6th of October 2006 of the Human Rights Council. The aforementioned resolutions inter alia call for the intensification of efforts aimed at tracing and accounting for missing persons, undertaking urgent measures to facilitate the voluntary return of all refugees and displaced persons to their homes in safety, and to settle all other aspects of the refugee problem, urging all parties to refrain from unilateral actions in contravention of the irrelevant United Nations resolutions, including changes in the demographic structure of Cyprus, full restoration of all human rights to the population of Cyprus, in particular to the refugees, including the freedom of movement, the freedom of settlement and the right to property, and not least, considers attempts to settle any part of Varosha by people other than its inhabitants as illegal and calls for the immediate cessation of such activities. Mr. President, the Cyprus report barely touches on the above elements of its mandate brought on by the 1974 Turkish invasion and ongoing military occupation of 36.2% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. Cyprus stands in solidarity with Ukraine and its people. We viscerally understand the consequences of illegal invasions and military occupations. As the Human Rights Council seeks to play the pivotal role it should on the grave human rights violations in Ukraine as a result of the Russian invasion, it is unfortunate that this report fails to address issues of a similar nature in Cyprus. It would have been very timely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of Eritrea. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2014, the government of Eritrea initiated a voluntary program with the Office of the High Commissioner, opening an additional corridor to expand its engagement and cooperation with the international human rights mechanisms. Unfortunately, the office nominated the then Secretary of the Special Rapporteur on Eritrea as a member of the two officers in violations of the rules of ethics and procedures. Nevertheless, the government continued to cooperate with the office. Several team visits followed and were able to witness the pragmatic development approach and government commitments to improve the administration of justice and the livelihood that truly reflect the DPR recommendations, implementation, and other obligations. Mr. President, however, very little was publicly acknowledged, and the negative narrations continue up to now, and the reports of the Office of the High Commissioner continue negating the exemplary practices and programs, as well as challenges that the office's visiting teams witnessed as part of their missions. The present report is as a systemic continuation of the narrative and the outcome of a politicized mandate that unfairly continues to target Eritrea without generating an objective discussion. It's regrettable that such a situation has served as a platform to insulate those states and irresponsible NGOs to insult Eritrea without any follow-up on their futile attempts to misinform the Council. It's unprecedented that the Special Procedure Branch and some special rapporteurs have also exploited the joint investigation report on the Tigray crisis to attack Eritrea without any verifiable evidence. Furthermore, Eritrea was not approached in the initial measures of the joint investigation on the Tigray crisis, but the office has failed to recognize the legitimate right of Eritrea to defend national security threats and further continues unverified allegations and flawed conclusions. Moreover, Eritrea has responded to the roadmap forwarded by the Office of the High Commissioner twice, which is, instead of focusing on technical assistance and capacity building, focused on introducing reforms in the administration of justice in disregard to national context, priorities, and ownership. In conclusion, as the present oral report is neither posted nor shared with delegations, it's difficult for my delegation to comment on its content and thus reserves the right to send its full response anytime in the future. I thank Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ahora pasamos a la lista.
We now move on to the list of speakers, which will close in 15 minutes. We'll start with the distinguished permanent representative of Finland, speaking on behalf of a group of countries. You have the floor, Ambassador.
I'm pleased to make this statement on behalf of Benin, Cameroon, the Gambia, Honduras, Kazakhstan, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Montenegro, Paraguay, the United States of America, and my own country, Finland. As incoming members, we are committed to the success and effectiveness of the Council and are convinced it plays an invaluable role in promoting and protecting human rights worldwide. Resolution 60/2051 makes clear that Council members shall, and I quote, uphold the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights and fully cooperate with the Council, end of quote. In furtherance of these requirements, we commit to strengthening the Council through good practice and pledge to cooperate in good faith with the OHCHR, the Council and its mechanisms, address human rights concerns on their merits, applying objective and human rights-based approach criteria in determining whether and how the Council should respond to a situation and take leadership and responsibility in initiating action. Engage in the Council work in a spirit of self-reflection with a view to improving our own human rights situation. Engage in the Council's work in good faith and in a transparent manner. Avoid procedural tactics to block genuine debate and prevent the Council from considering human rights issues on their merits. Work to fulfill the Council's prevention mandate through technical assistance and capacity building. Plan to make progress in the promotion, protection and realization of human rights at the national level. Work in cooperation with civil society, support civil society participation, and to create a safe and enabling environment for civil society, and to prevent and address intimidation and reprisals. We are convinced these commitments will strengthen the Council's effectiveness and credibility. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Please allow me to get away from my notes and congratulate the incoming members of the Council for such an important declaration. I think you are exactly addressing the way that we collectively have to address our responsibility and our historical responsibility of what we do. So please, I would like to congratulate you and the rest of the incoming members for such an important and precise and very timely declaration. Thank you. Et maintenant, je donne la parole à
Now I give the floor to the Ambassador of France on behalf of the European Union. Mr. President, I have the honor of speaking on behalf of the EU and its member states and to thank the High Commissioner for her report. Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Albania, Moldova, and other states associate themselves with this declaration. We strongly condemn the invasion of Ukraine by Russia with the support of Belarus. We supported the creation of the Independent Inquiry Commission and hope that it will soon be operational. The Union commends the report of the High Commissioner on Colombia, Guatemala, and Honduras. In Venezuela, the EU calls for the respect of human rights of all political and civil actors. We call on the Cuban government to respect and protect human rights and to guarantee free and transparent trials for the protesters of July 20th, 2021. In Yemen, we call for all parties involved to respect human rights and international humanitarian law and to collaborate with Special Envoy of the United Nations. The EU remains concerned by the restrictions placed on civil society and pressure placed on human rights defenders in Egypt. Light should also be shed on the circumstances of the death of Julie Ridgeley and Derek Lang, and justice should be served. When it comes to the national strategy of human rights strategies, we support its implementation. We're concerned by the elections and reduction of civic space in Mali and ask for a strengthening of the fight against impunity. We are concerned by human rights abuses carried out by state and non-state actors in Cameroon. When it comes to the Philippines, we commend the commitment of the government to cooperate with the UN as part of the joint program, but also call on the authorities to protect civil society and to ensure that those responsible for violations are brought to justice. The EU reaffirms its concerns about the reduction of civic space in Vietnam. When it comes to Sri Lanka, the EU commends the amendments made by the government to the law on the prevention of terrorism and asks for it to be substantially reformed so that impunity can be combated. We are concerned by violence in Kazakhstan last January and commend the commitment to investigate the situation. We also support Lebanese authorities and call on them to keep their promises to investigate the causes of the explosion in Beirut and recall its promise as well to hold elections as scheduled. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
The Ambassador of Pakistan on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. President. The OIC thanks the High Commissioner for her oral update. The OIC highly values the role of this Council in advancing universal respect for human rights in line with the principles of universality, impartiality, non-selectivity and transparency. Mr. President, the OIC remains gravely concerned over the continuing violations of international law in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. We reiterate our support to the work of the Commission of Inquiry and call on the international community to cooperate and extend all possible support to it. The human rights situation in occupied Jammu and Kashmir remains a matter of serious concern to the OIC. We urge the Council to implement the recommendations addressed to it in the OHCHR's 2 Kashmir reports. In line with the resolution adopted at the 47th Council of Foreign Ministers in Niger, the OIC reiterates its demand for revocation of all illegal measures taken since 5th August 2019, including those designed to alter the demographic structure of the occupied territory and denial of basic rights of the Kashmiri people. We remind the international community of its obligations to ensure the implementation of UN Security Council resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir in fulfillment of the rights of the Kashmiri people. The OIC calls on this Council to work towards securing justice and accountability for the Rohingya people, including through their safe, dignified and voluntary return to their homes in Myanmar. In this regard, the OIC reiterates its full solidarity with Bangladesh and urges the international community to provide assistance to it. The OIC condemns the damage and loss of properties, including religious sites, by Armenia in the territories of Azerbaijan recently liberated from occupation. The OIC reaffirms its full support to the government and people of Azerbaijan in their efforts to rehabilitate and rebuild the deoccupied territories. The OIC renews its solidarity with the people of Afghanistan and reaffirms its call for respect, promotion and protection of human rights for all, including women, children, elderly and minorities. We underline the importance of wide-ranging dialogue among all parties and representatives to ensure an inclusive and representative government, lasting peace, stability and development. The OIC is concerned over the deteriorating economic and humanitarian situation in Afghanistan and calls for international community's sustained engagement with Afghanistan. Mr. President, the OIC expresses its serious concerns over the growing incidents of racism, Islamophobia and religious intolerance. We reiterate our call for a legally binding instrument aimed at preventing and combating religious intolerance. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Now I give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire on behalf of the African Group. Mr. President, I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the African Group. The African Group takes note of the oral update of the High Commissioner, Madame Bachelet, which provides an overview of the human rights situation throughout the world. The African Group commends the approach adopted by the High Commissioner, which is focused on dialogue and cooperation in order to arrive at fruitful partnerships for the protection and promotion of human rights. The African Group hopes this approach will be continued. It is aligned with the fundamental principles of the Council, that is to say universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity, and allows for the prevention of polarization of discussions on human rights questions. The African Group is concerned by rising tensions in various areas of the world, which seriously affect the human rights situation in these countries, including the current crisis in Ukraine. The African Group would thus like to urge the various parties involved to choose dialogue and diplomacy in order to create a calmer atmosphere and save lives. Mr. President, the African Group also takes note of the attention paid to the situation of human rights in certain African countries and reaffirms its commitment to a constructive and agreed approach, allowing for the creation of consensus-based solutions that can be easily applied to help these countries promote and protect human rights, while encouraging Madame Bachelet in her efforts to better protect human rights. The African Group would like to ask for particular attention for the following issues. Climate change. The mandate holder's nomination here was not yet entered into effect after its creation in October 2021. The need to weigh in on issues of good governance and the fight against impunity, a topic which could be entrusted to the consultative committee of the Human Rights Council. Guaranteeing equitable, affordable, rapid, and universal access to vaccines against COVID-19 for all countries in order to ensure post-crisis recovery. Strengthening international cooperation in the context of repatriation of illegally acquired funds to the countries of origin, searching for an equitable and sustainable solution to the debt crisis and adjacent issues while respecting obligations of all states when it comes to human rights, the effective and efficient monitoring of racism-related questions as a whole, especially when it comes to Resolution 4721. Lastly, the African Group advocates increasing the budget of the High Commissioner's Office in order to allow it to more effectively carry out its mandate given its increasingly heavy workload. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Go to China on behalf of a group of countries. Video statement.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, I have the honor to speak on behalf of over 30 countries. We commend Madam High Commissioner and her office for their efforts in addressing the human rights impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and welcome the office's focus on combating inequalities as the core of its work. The pandemic has exposed the prolonged underinvestment in economic, social, and cultural rights and the right to development by multilateral human rights mechanisms. We call on the OHCHR to take concrete measures to increase its input in this respect, so as to help all countries, in particular developing countries, to overcome the challenges posed by the pandemic and achieve sustainable economic and social development. The OHCHR needs to actively provide human rights technical assistance based on the consent of the countries concerned. We hope that the OHCHR will continue to discharge its mandate in an impartial and objective manner, promote partnership through constructive dialogue and cooperation, respect the human rights and the development paths independently chosen by countries in light of their national conditions, and oppose the practice of using human rights as a political tool. We believe that mutual trust and respect between the OHCHR and the states, especially respect to the authentic information provided by governments, are of vital importance and could promote effective communication and information sharing. This will contribute to the advancement of the international human rights agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. President and Madam High Commissioner.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of the Netherlands on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of 50 countries. In recent months, the international community has been witnessing with great concern a rapid intensification of hostilities and cross-border attacks in Yemen and the region. This upsurge in hostilities, as well as reports of killings of civilians, of strikes impacting civilian infrastructure, and of human rights violations and abuses, are a cause of great concern to all of us. In this context, all parties are called upon to comply with their obligations under international human rights law and international humanitarian law. In particular, we reiterate the vital importance of ensuring humanitarian access and the protection of civilians, including humanitarian and health workers and their facilities, as well as the importance of access for human rights workers to conduct impartial documentation and investigations into alleged human rights abuses and violations. We strongly support the efforts of the UN Special Envoy to bring an end to the conflict in Yemen. These are reinforced by the broad international consensus on a need to end the war in Yemen and work on lasting peace in the region. We urge all parties to the conflict to engage urgently and seriously in support of the Special Envoy's efforts. Justice and accountability are key to an inclusive, durable peace in Yemen. A collective effort is needed to respond to these challenges and to ensure a peaceful, prosperous and just future for Yemen. To this end, we should overcome our differences and collectively engage in favor of inclusive solutions. Central to these efforts should be the protection of the rights of Yemeni people, including women, children and people in vulnerable situations. We would like to encourage the international community to continue to explore options to prevent human rights violations, address impunity and work towards a just and inclusive peace for the people of Yemen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I give the floor to Yemen on behalf of a group of countries.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 54 countries. At the outset, we wish to reiterate our full respect for international humanitarian law and international human rights law, recognizing the importance of investigating all alleged violations in Yemen in accordance with applicable international and domestic laws. As mandated by the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council should continue to work in close cooperation with governments, regional organizations, national human rights institutions, and civil society. This entails promoting constructive dialogue and cooperation, especially with Yemen, the country concerned, and refraining from taking any politically motivated measures that would lead to polarization in the Council. Politicizing the Council's proceedings in this regard would merely escalate rather than resolve the crisis in Yemen. We recall Human Rights Council Resolution 48/21, adopted by consensus under Agenda Item 10 in September 2021, which recognized the primary responsibility of states and promote and protect human rights, and thereby highlighted the importance of supporting and relying on national mechanisms established for this purpose. In particular, the resolution requested the High Commissioner to provide technical and logistical support to the Independent National Commission of Inquiry in Yemen. The ongoing support for national mechanism in Yemen, including through substantive capacity building and technical assistance, will be in the interest of the people of Yemen. By ensuring human rights monitoring, investigation, and accountability, while maintaining the international community's strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity. We commend the efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations and his Special Envoy for Yemen. At the same time, we believe that the only sustainable solution to the crisis in Yemen is a political settlement in conformity with Security Council resolutions 2216, 22.4, 22.1, and 21.14, the Arab League's resolutions, as well as the GCC initiative, its implementation mechanisms, and the outcome of the national dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to South Africa on behalf of a group of countries.
President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of a cross-regional group of states. It is 15 months now since armed conflict resumed in the occupied territory of Western Sahara, and we express our serious concern at the illegal use of drones by Morocco, targeting civilians and livestock in the territory controlled by the Polisario Front, which resulted in the destruction of 19 civilian vehicles, the summary executions of 18 civilians with 6 injured. The repression exerted by Morocco against the Sahrawi people, notably human rights defenders, journalists, and political prisoners, has dramatically increased. We appeal to the Moroccan authorities to immediately lift the illegal siege imposed on the Kaya family since November 2020 at their home in Buju. While denying all allegations of targeting people, the Kingdom of Morocco has attacked ad nominem Ms. Lolo, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders. Once more, we express our deepest concern at the continuing illegal exploitation of the Sahrawi natural resources and the constant refusal by Morocco to give free access to the OHCHR to the occupied territory. We call upon Madam High Commissioner to urgently dispatch an observation mission to the occupied Western Sahara and to include relevant information on the human rights situation in the occupied Western Sahara in her next report to the Human Rights Council. In conclusion, Madam President, we remain committed to ensuring that the Sahrawi people are enabled to exercise their inalienable right to self-determination in conformity with all relevant UN resolutions. I thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Azerbaijan on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement. The full statement will be uploaded to the extranet. NAM welcomes the High Commissioner's determination to further strengthen constructive engagement with the UN member states on both bilateral and multilateral human rights issues, and appreciates her efforts in advancing human rights at global level, particularly in the time of global emergency caused by COVID-19. We share the High Commissioner's concern about severe acts of multiple forms of discrimination in many regions, widespread violations of economic and social rights, and attacks motivated by stereotypes and hatreds of many kinds. Therefore, the expectations of the UN member states from the work of the High Commissioner and her office are higher than ever. NAM also agrees with the High Commissioner on the importance of upholding the universality of and dealing impartially with all human rights, without distinction between countries. While exercising duties in relation to the UN member states, the High Commissioner has to bear in mind the existing challenges and national contexts and circumstances of the member states, to exercise objectivity, independence, and impartiality in her actions, avoiding imposing new practices, and to favor constructive dialogue and cooperation, as well as to provide advisory services, technical and financial assistance upon request of the states concerned, with a view to support their actions and programs in the field of human rights. In line with the General Assembly Resolution 48/141, the High Commissioner has to strictly uphold in her activities the Charter of United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to respect sovereignty, territorial integrity, and domestic jurisdiction of states, and to ensure that all human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. Finally, the movement reaffirms its commitment to constructively work with High Commissioner to strengthen the credibility of human rights mechanisms and to build an international order based on inclusion, mutual understanding, and respect for cultural diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Bahrain.
I give the floor to Bahrain on behalf of the group of countries.
Mr. Chair,
I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 34 countries that support the full sovereignty of Morocco and its southern territory. It is important that any interaction between the countries, the Council and the High Commissioner should be neutral, away from any exploitation and away from political discourse that will have a negative impact on the Human Rights Council. We welcome the opening of many consulates in Al Uyun area. This is an indication of promoting economic and investment cooperation for the service of the local population and to promote local and continental development. The Security Council recognized the importance of the initiative of autodetermination submitted by Morocco. This is a precondition to reach a solution about this conflict. We welcome the appointment of Mr. Staffan de Mistura as new Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations. He is mandated with relaunching the political process under the UN auspices based on the formula that was determined during the meetings and roundtables held in Geneva, namely as per resolution 2602 of 2021, which calls for a lasting settlement of this regional conflict. Settling this regional conflict will definitely lead to fulfilling the legitimate aspirations of the African and Arab peoples to achieve development. This is one of the most important objectives of the Council. Morocco has been part of a constructive cooperation with UN human rights mechanism, namely the OHCHR, in order to promote and protect human rights in all parts of the Kingdom of Morocco. We mention in this context the Security Council resolution about this conflict in the Western Sahara, where it mentioned the role of the OHCHR and the positive interaction by Morocco with UN human rights mechanisms of the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shukran.
Thank you. I give the floor to the delegation of Morocco on behalf of the Group of Arab States.
Mr. Chair, the Arab Group would like to thank the High Commissioner for her annual report, and we reiterate that in protecting and promoting human rights for everyone without any discrimination of any kind is the primary responsibility of every country without exception, and this leads us to denounce all attacks against any country in the world. We reject any practices that would lead to keeping the Council away from its primary responsibility, and we reiterate the importance of the Council's commitment to principles of universality, impartiality, objectivity, away from selectivity and politicization. We reiterate our steadfast position about the importance of tackling human rights in all countries on an equal footing, and our rejection to the non-constructive approach which is targeting some countries with a particular mandate, be it under item 4 or any other items of the Human Rights Council agenda or program of work, and this is contrary to the lofty ideals of the Council's creation and its methods of work. We call upon the members, OHCHR mandate holders, to tackle human rights issues in a framework of impartiality, constructive cooperation, to promote consultation with the concerned countries, and to give due importance to social, economic and cultural rights in addition to the right to development and rights of and political and civil rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Filipinas.
I give the floor to the Philippines on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 10 member states of ASEAN. The full statement will be uploaded to the extranet. ASEAN pays great attention to this agenda item, noting the importance of the OHCHR's reporting functions and providing information on human rights developments. In this regard, ASEAN underlines the need for work processes, especially on country reporting, to observe greater due diligence, the highest standards of objectivity, and the principles of fairness, inclusivity, and transparency. Many delegations across regional groups have called for greater visibility and accessibility of state responses through reports and press releases. As we acknowledge the OHCHR's concurrence per the Bureau meeting of December 2021 to providing a link to the response of the country concerned to the OHCHR's country report and to uploading the same in the OHCHR website, we request the High Commissioner to urge the Secretary to address two outstanding proposals as follows. One, ensuring that state response to OHCHR's country report is translated into UN languages and that this translation cost is budgeted under the PBI of all resolutions that mandate the preparation of a country report. And two, providing a link to state response to news releases by OHCHR and SPMH and uploading the same on a dedicated OHCHR webpage. As there is facility to publish state responses to call for input for thematic studies, there should also be a modality for making available state responses to news releases. The availability of this facility, long proposed by delegations in good faith, is a technical matter that requires an administrative solution. ASEAN continues to support the High Commissioner's priority for a data-driven human rights infrastructure that strengthens collaboration and builds trust. ASEAN remains ready to engage further on this initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Deutschland. Germany, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Germany aligns itself with the EU statement, in particular condemning in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprecedented, unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Human rights and peace and security are two sides of the same coin. We commend the High Commissioner and her office for their tireless work that must be adequately funded by the irregular UN budget. In 2021, Germany supported the OHCHR with a total of $16 million in voluntary contributions and project funding. Mr. President, in Nigeria, the increase in restrictions for civil society and for online and offline media, as well as in arrests for political reasons, endangers positive developments brought about by the Iraq movement in 2019. In Colombia, increased violence in the run-up to the elections endangers candidates, social leaders and human rights defenders even further. We call on the government to ensure a safe environment, in particular in the special transitional peace constituencies. In Lebanon, accountability must be ensured. The results of the investigations into the explosion of the port of Beirut are overdue. Proper conduct of free, fair and transparent elections are scheduled and respect for their results are important milestones. In the Philippines, human rights are being seriously violated and abused, including by enforced disappearances, killings associated with the war on drugs, the lack of accountability and the shrinking space for civil society. We welcome the work and call for further efforts within the UN Joint Programme. In Tunisia, we observe an erosion of the rule of law, the separation of powers and the independence of the judiciary, which seriously harms human rights and the country's achievements since 2011. In Turkey, human rights and the rule of law are under increasing pressure, shrinking spaces for civil society and restricting freedom of expression. We call on Turkey to comply with its international obligations, especially judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. In Turkmenistan, human rights remain significantly restricted. The government must act in accordance with all human rights treaties the country is party to. Concerns remain regarding numerous disappeared political prisoners and the lack of proof they are alive. We condemn the coups in Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, the Sudan and Chad and express our concern about related violations and abuses of human rights. I thank you.
Danke. Et maintenant, je donne la parole à l'ambassadeur.
I now give the floor to the Ambassador of France. Thank you, Mr. President. This debate is occurring in an unprecedented context. France strongly condemns the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, with Belarusian complicity and the violations of human rights and international humanitarian law that have stemmed from this invasion. Russian soldiers are bombing cities, killing civilians, destroying civilian infrastructure, and have already forced more than 2 million people to flee their homes. These acts must be addressed. France calls for an immediate end to hostilities and a withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukrainian territory, as well as the necessity of avoiding any attacks on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. We call for respect for international humanitarian law and calls on Russia to allow full humanitarian access so that all necessary supplies can be delivered to victims. through creating humanitarian corridors. However, the solution here is a complete ceasefire without conditions. For several months now, Russia has been attempting to silence all of its opposition. France supports the Russian and Belarusian protesters who have risen up against this unjust war. It condemns the arbitrary arrests and detentions of those who oppose the war. Despite the situation, we must not forget that this situation is evolving, and their cruelty and brutality of Russian actors in Ukraine recall the cruelty of the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, which is supported by Russia. We call on the international community not to forget the Afghan people, especially Afghan women. Taliban are flouting their own commitments and carrying out abuses. We must not forget human rights in that country. In Mali, we call for the fight against perpetrators of human rights violations. In Lebanon, we call for entire political class to take on responsibility to put an end to the impunity of those responsible for the explosion in Beirut, which is in Lebanon. And the Lebanon authorities must ensure that the living conditions of Lebanese citizens are improved, and must hold transparent and fair legislative elections on May 15th as scheduled. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
We are now going to break off for 30 seconds to prepare for the next meeting and continue with the Ambassador of Germany.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby declare open the 60th meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue the general debate on the High Commissioner's oral update and on the reports and oral updates that we presented this morning. Let me remind you that requests for a right of reply relating to statements delivered during this general debate will be accommodated following the conclusion of the general debate. We shall now continue with the list of members of the Council. And I shall inform you that the list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. I now have the honor to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Finland. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Vice President, Finland aligns itself with the EU statement. Finland fully supports the independent work of the OHCHR. Finland strongly condemns Russia's attack on Ukraine. Russia's military aggression against Ukraine is a flagrant violation of international law and the UN Charter. Finland firmly supports Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, self-determination and territorial integrity. Russia's actions put millions at immense risk. Civilians, women, children, persons with disabilities and all others must be fully protected. Russia must respect international human rights law and international humanitarian law. The Nicaraguan government has continued its unrelenting repression against political opponents, independent media, civil society and human rights defenders. We call on the government to immediately and unconditionally release all political detainees and to annul legal proceedings against them. Finland calls on the government of Burundi to demonstrate its seriousness about positive reform by allowing the UN Special Rapporteur to access the country and by conducting credible investigations into alleged killings, disappearances and instances of torture. We call all parties in Yemen to respect the obligations of the international human rights law and international humanitarian law. Unhindered humanitarian access must be urgently ensured. All precautions must be taken to avoid harm to civilians and civilian infrastructure. We urge all parties to engage constructively with the UN Special Envoy to reach a ceasefire agreement and to attain a sustainable and inclusive political solution. Finland urges the government of Sri Lanka to determine the fate or whereabouts of victims of killings and enforced disappearances that took place during the civil war, provide reparations and bring perpetrators to justice. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam High Commissioner, we thank you for your focus on Ukraine, on which this Council discussed grave concerns last week. We strongly condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an unprovoked and premeditated attack against innocent people, a clear violation of international law. The UK remains concerned about the human rights situation in Cameroon, including attacks on and restrictions to education. All actors should stop attacking and obstructing schools, children and teachers. We continue to urge impartial investigations to hold perpetrators of violations and abuses to account. We reiterate the need for a continued and broad dialogue. In Zimbabwe, the harassment of the political opposition, restrictions on freedom of assembly and constraints on civic space continue. We call on Zimbabwe to hold individuals responsible for human rights violations accountable and to ensure free and fair elections. In Uganda, reports of the use of torture against individuals detained by security services are deeply troubling The government of Uganda must meet its international human rights obligations, respect democratic freedoms, and hold those responsible to account. In Vietnam, the space for civil society and free expression, including online, continues to contract. We call on Vietnam to allow people to freely express their views and for those imprisoned for doing so to be released. We are increasingly concerned at the political repression in Nicaragua, controls on free expression and peaceful assembly, and the arbitrary detention and politicised trials of people who opposed President Ortega in the contrived elections last November. We call on Nicaragua to respect its international obligations. Finally, we continue to be deeply concerned by the conflict in the north of Ethiopia and the impact this is having on human rights, including gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Madam President. As we participate in this council, we would like to focus on cooperation with partners and support for the work of the OHCHR and its bureau, especially in the context of the challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, which requires a common political response. We call for further efforts to promote human rights. The UAE has therefore carried out deep reforms of its national legislation when it comes to human rights. The national human rights authorities have been established and began their work last December as an independent entity in accordance with the Paris principles and the framework of the obligations accepted by the UAE during its last UPR. We also have a national strategy for human rights adopted this year. Madam President, my delegation shares the concern of the High Commissioner for Women's Empowerment and the challenges that women are facing in various parts of the world. We emphasize that there is no way to uphold human rights if women are not empowered at all levels of society and in all sectors. The UAE are proud of having made continuous progress when it comes to indicators for women's empowerment. We are the highest ranking country among the Arab states in the gender parity index published in 2021. Madam President, at the beginning of this year, we witnessed an escalation of tensions in the region. Over the past period, Houthis have carried out terrorist attacks which have killed innocent civilians in the UAE. This is an egregious violation of international law. The goal is to undermine the efforts of the UAE to promote peace and security. On the other hand, the UAE continues to support the mandate of human rights for climate change recently adopted by the Council. The issue of climate change is a real threat. States have been called on to achieve zero net emissions by 2050. The UAE was chosen to host the COP28 summit, which will take place in 2023. In conclusion, my delegation commends the efforts of the High Commissioner as well as the Bureau and HRC and is willing to work together to promote human rights for the benefit of all throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to China.
Vice President, facing all global challenges, all countries must join hands to respond together, to bridge differences through dialogue and strengthen trust through cooperation. We commend the High Commissioner and OHCHR for prioritizing the elimination of inequality and enhancing the investment in economic, social, cultural rights and the right to development. We hope the OHCHR and the High Commissioner will respect all countries' sovereignty, respect all countries' own choice of the human rights development path according to their own situation, promote dialogue and cooperation, and work with all to jointly promote global human rights governance towards a fair, just, rational, and inclusive direction. Vice President, China always puts people first and always commits itself to the continuous achievement, maintenance, and development of the fundamental interests of our people. The historical achievements of China's human rights is visible to all. Our people's freedom of expression is fully protected in our law. China is a country with rule of law. Freedom of expression can never be a pretext to make anyone above the law. We welcome the High Commissioner's visit to Xinjiang in this May, and China will work together with the OHCHR to make good preparation for this visit. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to Venezuela.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Venezuela supports the statement by Azerbaijan on behalf of NAM and the other regional groups. We regret the fact that we see that this Council's meeting is marked by selectivity and partiality. In particular, we find that Agenda 2 is being used to incite debates against countries of the South, distorting the concept for which it was established. President, we condemn the unfounded accusations against China for political reasons and the interference in internal affairs based on disinformation, using as a pretext the situation of human rights. We are deeply concerned over the illegal unilateral coercive measures imposed by certain countries on Xinjiang, running against the Charter of the United Nations and international law, as well as the right of their inhabitants to development and the greatest well-being possible. In the context of the pandemic, countries submitted to illegal unilateral coercive measures cannot dispose of their income to provide in medicine for their people and to provide for access to vaccinations. Even in these circumstances, Venezuela has been able to mitigate and control the pandemic through the heroic resistance of the Venezuelan people and scientific cooperation, as well as international solidarity and our system of universal public, free of charge, high quality health system. President, we are continuing to strengthen cooperation with the international human rights system. Ever since 2019, we have cooperated with the practices and mechanisms for technical assistance with the OHCHR and Michelle Bachelet to continue strengthening the model of human rights in our country. Venezuela is a free, sovereign country and devoted to social justice with full exercise of all human rights, and we are embarked on the path of peace and brotherhood among peoples. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Cuba.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Cuba reaffirms that Agenda Item 2 of the agenda should not have been used to put forward political motivations in the work of the office, partiality, and the combating of selectivity in the area of human rights should be a priority. In an aggressive system of politicization of human rights, we would invite the High Commissioner to step up her efforts to have respect and objectivity and dialogue and cooperation win out. We call upon the office to pay particular attention to the indiscriminate and incorrect use of the political media campaign, above all social networks, by officials and official sources, and also some of the special procedure mandate holders. We reaffirm our opposition to coercive measures and the promotion of we condemn the disinformation and the support for terrorism and we also are against the interference in certain countries. These actions constitute violations of the United Nations Charter and international law. We reaffirm our unrestricted support to Nicaragua and Venezuela in the face of the constant campaign against them and other things that enjoy the consent of anything that runs against the consent of concerned countries should be reevaluated. We also condemn the economic blockade and commercial and financial blockade by the United States against Cuba. The blockade is the main obstacle to development in our country, and it is a flagrant violation of the human rights of the Cuban people. This policy was denounced by 35 heads of state and government during the general debate at the most recent GA of the United Nations. We conclude by reaffirming Cuba's commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights and reaffirm to the High Commissioner our resolve to continue working on the basis of mutual respect, dialogue and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I inform you that the list of speakers is now closed. And I have the honor to give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, we thank Madam High Commissioner for her comprehensive oral updates on the human rights situation in different parts of the world. We appreciate the continued efforts of High Commissioner and her office to promote the universal respect of human rights even during these unprecedented times of the pandemic. It has been the third consecutive year that the world has been making all possible efforts to get out of the pandemic crisis. The vaccination drive is in full swing. However, concerted global efforts still remain critical in closing the vaccine inequality gaps between the developed and developing countries. Madam Vice President, climate vulnerable countries, including my country, have been facing numerous challenges due to the growing adverse impacts of climate change. We urge the international community to enhance financial and technological support to vulnerable countries while also carrying out robust actions for the timely implementation of the commitments made in the international climate frameworks, including in the COP26 held in Glasgow. We are almost halfway in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. However, a host of unprecedented challenges arising from the pandemic, climate change, and natural disaster, among others, have been posing serious impediments of our global ambitions. We therefore call upon the international community to work on in the spirit of leaving no one behind, with a consistent commitment to multilateralism and cooperation among states in order to attain resilient recovery and build back better. To conclude, Madam Vice President, Nepal continues to remain fully committed to the democratic principle, norms and values. Our Constitution has embedded all the basic tenets of democratic society while guaranteeing fundamental human rights, including independent judiciary and rule of law. We are committed to fostering inclusivity, justice, equality and human rights for all our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Malaysia thanks Madam Bachelet for her oral update to the Council. Malaysia associates itself with the statement of the groups that it belongs to. It is understandable that the Council is at the heart of multilateral undertakings that seek to protect and promote fundamental human rights and dignity of everyone. There is much expectation for this Council to continue delivering in accordance to its mandate. This is not easy, especially when new and multiple crises continue to emerge while old conflicts remain unresolved. In this regard, Malaysia believes that dialogues, consultations and constructive partnerships, including through sharing of best practices and capacity building assistance, are instrumental. Human rights do not exist in a vacuum. They are impacted by various and complex interconnected and interdependent factors. All rights should be given equal emphasis and are indivisible. We therefore strongly advocate for all sets of rights, including the right to development, to be treated equally in the course of OHCHR's activities. We hope that the OHCHR would continue to facilitate states towards human rights-based COVID-19 recovery. In this context, we urge the OHCHR to focus on the issues that deserve greater attention, especially global vaccine equity. In addition, mental health is another issue that should receive more attention. The Council could definitely do more to promote robust discussion and identify pragmatic measures to address these issues. We also hope that Madam High Commissioner would continue working towards ensuring a balanced geographical representation in the staffing of OHCHR, especially at senior level positions. We underscore that the work of human rights bodies and HRC mechanisms should be complementary, guided by the principles of objectivity, non-selectivity, impartiality and transparency in accordance with UNGA resolutions. Malaysia reaffirms its full support to the OHCHR and encourages all parties to strengthen the OHCHR's capacity to enable it to discharge its important mandates effectively. Let me conclude by reiterating Malaysia's support to the High Commissioner and her office. We look forward to continuing our productive cooperation with the OHCHR. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to India. Ambassador.
I thank you, Madam Vice President. I thank the High Commissioner for her oral update. However, we are dismayed at her ill-informed and uncalled for references to India. I would like to remind her that India is a secular state and safeguarding the rights of minorities forms an essential core of our democratic polity. Our Constitution has enshrined basic human rights as fundamental rights. Our democratic institutions, including the watchful parliament and independent judiciary, vibrant media and civil society, ensure enjoyment of human rights by all our citizens, including minorities. We have robust internal mechanisms to address any grievances faced by any citizen of India, including minorities. Madam Vice President, India has been at the forefront of global action and discourse on promotion and protection of human rights. As a democratic, multi-ethnic, multi-religious and multicultural society, we bring a pluralistic, moderate and balanced perspective to deliberations in the Council. India's abiding commitment to promotion and protection of human rights has been manifest in our strategy to deal with COVID-19 pandemic aimed at saving both lives and livelihoods. While meeting our own huge needs, we have offered vaccines, essential medicines and equipment to more than 150 countries. Madam Vice President, India remains committed to ensuring that all basic needs of our citizens, including women, girls and minorities, are fully met. It is imperative to achieve sustainable and inclusive development for realization of basic human rights. We have made tremendous progress in realization of these mutually reinforcing objectives. To empower the marginalized and vulnerable sections of our society, we have undertaken targeted policy interventions by increasing access to education, housing, health care, social welfare, basic services, employment and finances. Over the past 7.5 decades, India has undergone enormous political, social, economic and cultural transformation in a democratic environment which is unprecedented in the world. We are committed to continue this journey while promoting and protecting human rights of our people. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Japan.
Thank you. Japan appreciates the activities of the High Commissioner over the 3.5 years since she took up her post. OHCHR continues to play a vital role in protecting and promoting human rights in the international community. Japan will cooperate more closely with the OHCHR going forward. Universal values such as human rights, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law should be respected by all nations, and the protection of human rights is a fundamental responsibility of all nations. Japan continues to make tireless efforts in cooperation with the international community and civil society based on the principle of human security and ensuring that no one is left behind. Japan will share its views on the human rights situations in individual countries in other sessions. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Namibia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Namibia thanks the High Commissioner for Human Rights for the oral updates on the situation of human rights worldwide. We are particularly pleased with the efforts of the Office of the High Commissioner during this difficult period of COVID-19. As numerous states continue to benefit from the technical assistance and capacity building provided by the OHCHR, Namibia is included in this list of countries, as the office until recently provided assistance to Namibia in preparation for our third cycle universal periodic review. We look forward to further collaboration with the office as we now move towards setting up a national database to track the implementation of the accepted recommendations. Mr. President, while thanking the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for a job well done, we wish to once again emphasize that the office, in accordance with its mandate, must promote respect for the protection of human rights in all countries, and this includes non-self-governing territories. The office is not doing enough to bring to the attention of the international community the situation of human rights in Western Sahara. The people of Western Sahara deserve better than just cant occasional one-sentence references in the oral updates of the High Commissioner. We therefore urge the Office of the High Commissioner to resume its technical missions and to provide detailed reports on the situation of human rights in Western Sahara. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Senegal.
Madam President, Senegal wants itself with the statement made on behalf of the groups it belongs to, and thanks the High Commissioner for her oral update on situations of human rights throughout the world. Given that challenges are many and urgent, whether it's with regard to peace and security, constitutional regime change, environmental protection, health, terrorism, or social and economic development, my delegation remains committed to universal respect for human rights. Thus, it fully supports global calls for tangible measures to substantially alleviate the socioeconomic and health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and guarantee vaccine equity, especially for developing countries. While it is deeply concerned by the recurrence and increasing frequency of incidents of xenophobia, Islamophobia, and religious intolerance, Senegal believes that in addition to the right of all to access to COVID-19 vaccines that are safe, timely, effective, and based on cutting-edge technology, we should also focus on seeking out an equitable, sustainable solution to the debt crisis and related issues in accordance with the political commitments of the international community and respecting all the obligations of states when it comes to human rights. My country believes that effective and efficient monitoring of racism-related issues should be pursued in order to reduce excessive use of force and other human rights violations by security forces against people of African descent. Ultimately, beyond the COVID response, my delegation believes that we must maintain health and environment questions on the agenda of the Council to support the emergence of a pharmaceutical industry that can meet our essential needs and address pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Netherlands, Ambassador.
Madam Vice President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands aligns itself with the EU Statement. Madam High Commissioner, the Human Rights Council has a crucial role in responding to specific situations where large-scale, systemic human rights violations go unpunished. The truth can only be found through independent fact-finding and evidence-gathering, often by brave people on the ground who are prepared to risk everything. Therefore, it is of utmost importance that UN-mandated investigators have full and unhindered access to countries where the most serious crimes go unpunished, such as in Myanmar, in Syria and Afghanistan. We must consistently call for cooperation with all mandate holders and make sure that mandates, such as the fact-finding mission in Libya and Venezuela, are renewed as necessary. UN-created investigative mandates and evidence-gathering mechanisms fill a gap in the global accountability architecture. However, these mechanisms can be further improved, amongst others by greater dialogue, by coordination and cooperation between all stakeholders of accountability mechanisms, and by minimizing conflicts in mandates when there are various investigations documenting the same situation. Madam High Commissioner, please allow me to end this statement with an appeal to all members of this Council to support independent human rights monitoring and investigation. not only because perpetrators should be held responsible for the crimes they committed, but perhaps even more important, to create an atmosphere in which respect for human beings is present, so that delivering criminal justice indeed has a strong deterrent effect. We do not want to go down a slippery slope where valuable rules suddenly turn out to be worthless because countries can simply flout them. Impunity destroys the foundations on which our rights rest. It sets the entire world back. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to Armenia.
President, Armenia expresses its appreciation to the High Commissioner for the report and comprehensive oral update. We would like to share with this Council our grave concern about non-compliance of Azerbaijan with its international obligations in the context of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. The High Commissioner pointed out to the extrajudicial execution of Armenians by Azerbaijani armed forces may amount to a war crime. The Special Procedure Mandate holders dispatched communications to Azerbaijan on extrajudicial executions, enforced disappearances, arbitrary detentions, cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment of Armenians, destruction of religious and cultural heritage. Azerbaijan did not even respond to the recent communications. Furthermore, on November 2021, Azerbaijan announced an amnesty for all those who participated in the war against Nagorno-Karabakh, conveniently putting to rest even the theoretical possibilities for accountability on the crimes identified by the OICHR and special procedures. In another worrying move, Azerbaijan announced about the decision to review and revise the cultural heritage of Nagorno-Karabakh. With a number of monuments of Armenian culture and religious heritage destroyed, vandalized and misappropriated, this new decision may result in total elimination of what is left. The International Court of Justice has recently obliged Azerbaijan to protect Armenian detainees, to prevent anti-Armenian incitement and promotion of racial hatred, including by the officials, and to take necessary measures to prevent and punish acts of destruction of Armenian cultural heritage. Azerbaijan blatantly ignores all these measures prescribed by the ICJ. In these circumstances, Armenia believes that the High Commissioner should receive unconditional and unimpeded access to Nagorno-Karabakh, as she has requested a year ago. President, Armenia commends China for its determination to eradicate poverty and create equal opportunities for empowerment of a society and its individual members, as well as for its efforts towards the promotion of the right to health. Armenia reiterates its adherence to the One China policy. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Pakistan. Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We thank the High Commissioner for her oral update and draw her attention towards growing global concerns about Indian state oppression of Kashmiris amidst its illegal colonization of the disputed territory. The UN mandate holders have raised alarm that India has by design simplified the process of acquiring Kashmiri citizenship for non-Kashmiris than a local permanent resident. Already, over 4 million illegal citizenship certificates have been issued to non-Kashmiris. Clearly aimed at subverting Kashmiris' inalienable right to self-determination, these unlawful actions are transforming the Kashmiri majority into a minority in willful breach of international law. Only a few weeks ago, the UN mandate holders have warned about India's use of anti-terrorism law as a means of coercion against Kashmiris. It is a matter of record that India has unleashed a reign of terror in the occupied territory by inflicting torture, summary execution of Kashmiri civilians, use of live ammunitions and pellet gunshots against peaceful protesters, and illegal detention of hundreds of Kashmiri leaders, journalists, and activists. Armed with draconian laws, facilitated by a pliant judiciary and an oppressive military force, the Hindutva Raj is acting with absolute impunity. The Indian regime has drawn the 21st century version of an iron curtain in occupied Kashmir. The so-called world's largest democracy continues to block any independent assessment of the ground situation by denying access to OHCHR, special procedures and independent observers. Such widely documented human rights abuses meet any objective criteria for triggering prevention mandate of the Council and OHCHR. The UN experts have rightly described the grim human rights situation in Indian-occupied Kashmir in a free fall and called on the international community to step up. Madam Vice President, silence and appeasement in the face of Indian impunity has and will further undermine the credibility of members of this Council and international rules-based order. We urge the High Commissioner to continue monitoring the situation in occupied Jammu and Kashmir and publish an updated report. We call on the Council to implement recommendations made to it in the 2 Kashmir reports and establish a commission of inquiry. Finally, we call on the Council members and observers to walk the talk on respect for international law and call India out for human rights crimes against Kashmiris. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to Mexico.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. Mexico would like to thank the High Commissioner for presenting this oral update and reaffirms to her its strongest support for the work that your office is carrying out through the world with objectivity and transparency. Mexico recognizes that the work of journalists and human rights defenders is vital for the full exercise of democracy, as well as for enabling access to information and truth, justice and reparation of damage. We are aware of the challenge that it is to provide security for journalists and defenders. Therefore, we have spared and will spare no efforts to ensure conditions which allow them to carry out their work fully. It is with this purpose in mind that the Mexican state has been working on establishing a national system for the prevention and protection of human rights defenders and journalists. The system shall seek to draw upon the best practices of the protection mechanism that we currently have and will be guided by the recommendations that your office has presented, as well as being inspired by positive experiences in other regions which are facing similar challenges locally. Inasmuch as this system is being established, we have promoted greater interinstitutional coordination at the 3 levels of government, which has started to bear fruit. We have detained and brought to trial 6 persons who are allegedly involved in homicides which occurred this year. We hope to have results coming out in the next few months. President, in the difficult circumstances that we are currently facing in the multilateral system, we would like again to repeat that the Human Rights Council is the body par excellence for promoting respect for and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms in equality of conditions, complying with the principles of the United Nations Charter, such as self-determination for peoples and non-interference in affairs which are basically under local or domestic jurisdiction. It is along these lines that we call upon all states to welcome all subjects and initiatives that are based on their merits, rather, and to be guided by actions rather than anything else, guided by principles of universality, impartiality, objectivity, and non-selectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you. The deteriorating situation in human rights is occurring nationally and internationally. We would like to say that in the COVID pandemic circumstance, we have appealed for an annulment of sanctions, but this has been ignored. Sanctions are taken in the form of direct aggression. We do not see any specific actions on the part of the UNHCR, and we call upon the Human Rights Organization to respond to this challenge to human rights immediately. It is intolerable to see a return to the discriminatory policy of Nazi Germany. What we are currently seeing Russians subjected to is reach all possible proportions. Right now, Ukraine, Poland, Latvia, and Lithuania are discriminated against Russians, and it is occurring throughout Europe. In France, Czechia, and Belgium, students with Russian citizenship are being massively thrown out of higher educational institutions and schools. I would like to mention a school in the UK. And often Russian-speaking children are discriminated against. In the US and Canada, they are being threatened, as well as sportsmen, Russian sportsmen. Cultural events and activities involving Russians are being banned, and there is a ban on Russian products. It is absolutely intolerable to see the decision to prevent Russian media in the Ukraine and other Balkan countries. This is not the worst, and countries of the Baltic and other parts of Europe are seeing children being subjected to physical threats. Moreover, they are threatening countries which are part of enlightened Europe. Netherlands is trying to discriminate against Russians, and we have seen cases of prohibitions of Russians to go into restaurants and cafes. Now, these discriminatory policies on the part of the EU, US, and Canada and other Western countries is being carried out at all levels. We believe that such activities and the oppression of the local people are categorically inadmissible. We call upon the High Commissioner and her office to give the appropriate assessment to these phenomena and to try to stop this period of racial discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, Ambassador.
Vice President, we have opened this 49th session with our strong support to the collective efforts to address the dire situation in Ukraine. However, there are still many more regions that deserve our constant attention. My delegation is concerned about human rights situation in Yemen. Korea condemns the increased cross-border attacks in the UAE and Saudi Arabia in January, which resulted in civilian casualties. I acknowledge the ongoing efforts of Saudi Arabia and the UAE to engage with the UN Special Envoy in Yemen. I call on all parties to abide by their obligations under international human rights and international humanitarian laws. In Ethiopia, my delegation is concerned about reports of human rights atrocities, especially sexual violence against women and girls in the areas including Tigray. I call for a thorough investigation and accountability. I also encourage all parties in the region to encourage safe and unhindered humanitarian access and relief to all affected areas. Meanwhile, the situation in Afghanistan is still worrisome. My delegation is alarmed by reports of significant violations and abuses of human rights across the country, such as extrajudicial killings, torture, and ill treatment. My delegation stresses that the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Afghans, including women and girls, should be fully respected, and the activities of human rights defenders, journalists, and media workers should be protected from threats, intimidation, and harassment. On Sri Lanka, my delegation recognizes that the Sri Lankan government continues to engage with OHCHR to initiate reforms, as stated in the High Commissioner's report. As there is room for improvement in human rights, including seeking accountability, I hope that Sri Lankan government continues to work toward building national reconciliation and pursuing transitional justice. Madam Vice President, in concluding, my delegation reaffirms its unwavering support for the High Commissioner and her office in the devoted efforts they make to the advancement of human rights. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to the United States of America. Ambassador.
The United States thanks the High Commissioner for her work to promote human rights around the world. We condemn in the strongest terms Russia's unprovoked aggression toward Ukraine that has resulted in a dire human rights situation and humanitarian crisis. We will address this throughout the Council session. In Cambodia, we are concerned by the ongoing targeting of the political opposition, the closing of civic space, and the arrest of workers peacefully exercising their right to strike. We also condemn the increasing number of arrests related to the exercise of freedom of expression in Vietnam. We call on Vietnam to release human rights defender Pham Doan Trang and all those arrested for peacefully exercising their rights, guaranteed by Vietnam's own constitution and its international commitments. We are concerned about suspensions of civil society organizations and increased reporting of enforced disappearances in Uganda, and call on the government to implement the recommendations we delivered during the 40th session of the Universal Periodic Review. While we are encouraged by the lifting of the ban on 4 newspapers in Tanzania, we call on authorities to repeal the Media Services Act and respect the right to freedom of expression. In Guinea, we are concerned by previous reports of former President Condi's security forces' excessive use of force and impunity for violations of human rights in response to protests. We are concerned regarding the deteriorating human rights situation in Mali, which we will address in more detail during the interactive dialogue with the independent expert. We urge Saudi Arabia to fully resolve cases of prisoners of conscience and to lift travel bans and other restrictions on previously released women's rights activists. We call on the government of Turkmenistan to investigate all allegations of enforced disappearances and to cease transnational repression used to silence dissidents domestically and abroad. We call on El Salvador and Guatemala to expand operating space and safety for civil society actors, including journalists, and for Haiti to hold accountable those responsible for killings in Bel Air, Cité du Soleil, and La Saline, as well as the brutal assassination of President Moïse. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Côte d'Ivoire supports the declaration of the African Group and commends the High Commissioner for her oral update, in which she provided a detailed report on the situation of human rights throughout the world. My delegation is concerned by rising tensions which undermine human rights in many areas of the world. Côte d'Ivoire urges parties involved, especially the states concerned, to take the necessary measures to implement their international obligations for human rights in order to promote and protect human rights and ensure the well-being of their peoples. In this vein, Côte d'Ivoire follows policy and tradition based on the principle of non-interference in internal affairs of other states. It urges all countries to maintain constructive dialogue and promote peace. It also asks the Council to apply its fundamental principles, universality, objectivity, non-selectivity, and non-polarization when examining issues of human rights, especially with regard to China concerning the situation in Xinjiang and Tibet, as well as the administrative and security management of Hong Kong, where the one country, two systems principle must be respected and upheld. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Luxembourg. Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Luxembourg fully supports the statement made by the EU. My delegation thanks the High Commissioner for her annual report and reaffirms its untiring commitment to the independence of the High Commissioner and its Bureau. We share the concerns of the High Commissioner about the devastating impact of the conflicts on civilian human rights, especially those belonging to vulnerable groups. We also share the indignation of the High Commissioner regarding the inhuman treatment of refugees and migrants in many countries, as well as the criminalization of those who attempt to assist them. Luxembourg is also troubled by the restrictions on civil space, which we're seeing in many countries throughout the world, especially unconstitutional regime changes in many countries in West Africa. The oppression of rights to freedom of expression, assembly, and association of civil society organizations continues in Saudi Arabia and in China. In these countries, as well as in Vietnam, the Philippines, and Egypt, we're seeing restrictions on civil political rights accompanied by arbitrary detentions of human rights defenders and journalists. We are especially concerned by disinformation campaigns and oppression of protesters against the war in Ukraine and Russia. We also strongly condemn the disproportionate use of force against peaceful protesters in Kazakhstan and Sudan. Madam Vice President, this withdrawal of democracy also affects the rights of women. For International Women's Day, Luxembourg reaffirms its commitment to the rights of women and women's empowerment at all levels of decision making.
Les États continuent à s'impliquer dans cette violation fondamentale en matière de droits humains et répondre aux besoins y compris en ce qui concerne le droit à la santé sexuelle et procréative. Je vous remercie.
Apologies, we had some technical problems. If you would like to, you could reiterate your last sentences, which we will not be able to understand.
La vice-présidente, je rappelle
Madam Vice President, I'll repeat my last paragraph. The withdrawal of democracy also affects the rights of women. For this International Women's Day, Luxembourg would like to reaffirm its commitment to gender equality and promotion of women's rights and participation of women at all levels of decision-making. Neither the pandemic nor conflict should serve as a pretext to restrict the rights of women. States must continue to fulfill their fundamental obligations when it comes to human rights and empowering women and girls. The sound quality does not allow proper interpretation.
Thank you, Ambassador. I apologize for the technical problems, and we will have a small technical break in order to fix what is troubling us. I was informed that the technicians are working, however, it will take another 10 minutes or so. So if everybody wants to take a break, then now it's the time.
Voilà, ça y est. Bonjour la salle 19, bonjour tout le monde. Ceci est un test de la plateforme. Est-ce que quelqu'un m'entend?
Patrick, tu m'entends?
Oui, c'est moi.
Ok, parfait. On fait le test des langues, Méléric, s'il te plaît.
Je suis sur le canal anglais. 1, 2, 3, test.
Canal français. J'écoute le canal russe. J'écoute le canal espagnol. J'écoute le canal chinois. J'écoute le canal arabe. Merci chers collègues, les tests sont terminés. Merci infiniment. Bye bye tout le monde. Allô, allô, y a quelqu'un? Allô, allô?
Test,
Vous m'entendez?
test, salle 19.
Quelqu'un m'entend? Allô, allô?
Frédéric, c'est tout bon si jamais. Merci.
Allô, allô? Allô, allô? Y a quelqu'un? Hop.
C'est tout
Allô, vous
bon,
m'entendez?
Frédéric, on a fini les tests.
Oui, je suis là pour les tests. Vous m'entendez?
On a déjà fait les tests. Avec toi.
Ah, vous avez fini les tests? Ok. C'est bon?
C'est tout bon, Frédéric, pour la deuxième fois.
C'est tout bon? Ok, très bien. Bonne séance.
1, 2, 1, 2, salle 19.
Ladies and gentlemen, good news. I'm informed the technicians have worked hard, thank you very much, and have restarted the technical system. I do hope that it works now. Thank you very much for your understanding, and we will continue our session. And I'm honored to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, Madam High Commissioner. So I'd like to say that tragic events of January have come as a real shock and a test for democratic institution of Kazakhstan. And the initial rallies in western Kazakhstan were peaceful, and the protesters made social and economic demands. Upon the extraction of president, the government swiftly responded to the people's need at that time. But the participants of the mass riots that followed have not put forward any specific economic or even political demands. They had no intention of negotiating with the government, but were aimed at forcibly overthrowing the constitutional order. Genuine protesters in a democratic society do not engage in violent attacks, which result in killings of civilians, including children, law enforcement officers, and injuring emergency services personnel, as well as severe destruction of properties and vital infrastructure. We emphasize that Kazakhstan did not and will not use armed force against peaceful protesters. Despite the violation of procedure established by law on peaceful assemblies, no prosecution measures were taken against anyone, since the protests were peaceful in nature. Kazakhstan prevented the collapse of its statehood and protected the lives of its citizens. The work of the police those days has been first and foremost aimed at assisting injured citizens and maintaining public order. Currently, a full-fledged investigation is underway. I would like to draw attention of the Council to the information on the alleged mass arbitrary detention of people. The law enforcement authorities have brought to the police departments, not detained, have brought to the police departments 9,200 individuals and immediately released nearly half of them after clarifying their circumstances. More than 3,600 criminal cases are under investigation. Most of them are related to theft and robbery. The investigation has been conducted not only against those involved in the armed unrest, but also against those who abuse their authority. Therefore, as the investigation continues, every report of any human rights violations is carefully checked. More than 200 criminal cases are being investigated. The government of Kazakhstan has acknowledged lessons need to be learned following these tragic events. President voted to create a new Kazakhstan, meaning a more resilient and diversified economy that ensures opportunities for private initiative for all, a fairer society, and a more vibrant, dynamic, and agile political system. He put forward several initiatives to address vital social and economic problems such as inequality and poverty. As a responsible member of the Council, we are maintaining constant dialogue with both the Office of the High Commissioner and the Special Rapporteurs. We actively engage with international NGOs and have invited Human Rights Watch to pay a visit to Kazakhstan this month, during which possible ways of cooperation with independent international experts will be discussed. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Qatar.
Madam President, we thank the High Commissioner for her oral update and thank her for her efforts in carrying out her mandate. We agree with her that achieving peace and sustainable developments are key to reinforcing human rights and preserving human dignity. In this light, we underscore our interest and determination to achieve peace and achieve a peaceful settlement of conflict through mediation efforts conducted by Qatar, which is a priority in our foreign policy. We are also keen to reinforce right to development through implementing development programs which aims to achieve stability and consolidate peace and security. We reiterate our concerns regarding military operations in Ukraine and its negative ramifications. In this light, welcome the temporary ceasefire which was implemented today, and we call upon all parties to consolidate cessation of hostilities in line with international law and also to ease secure and swift access of human deliveries to the needy in Ukraine and ensure security of civilians and their crossing to the neighborhood countries, and in order also to conduct dialogues to end the crisis. With regard to Syria, the regime is responsible for the gross violations and the crimes committed and are committed on a daily basis against the brotherly people of Syria, which went to the streets peacefully to call for its right to decent living. We agree with the High Commissioner with regard to the need to find sustainable settlements to those in refugee camps in the country and urging countries to return their citizens. We agree with the High Commissioner, her concerns with regarding the deterioration in the occupied Palestinian territories, and we stress that the continuity of Israeli occupation and targeting the civilians and continuing settlements and Judaization of Jerusalem and the siege on Gaza, together with other Israeli violations as occupying power and documented by the UN reports. All of this could not happen without the paralysis of the international community with regard to holding Israeli officials responsible for these violations to account. And thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Ukraine. Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We wish to thank Madam High Commissioner for her update and objective assessment of human rights situation in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. We also appreciate the work done by the UN Human Monitoring Mission on the ground in Ukraine in these incredibly difficult circumstances, and hope it will continue to provide the international community with credible information in its regular and sports reports. On 21st February, the world has come a much darker place when Russia has launched an unjustified and brutal military attack against Ukraine. Since then, thousands of civilians have been killed and wounded, including 840 children. Nearly 875,000 Ukrainians have been forced to leave the country. Entire areas were left without heat, light and water. Yesterday, a child died in Mariupol of degradation. Can you imagine this in Europe in the 21st century? Such towns as Shastia, Stanitsa, Luhansk and Volnovakha have been almost wiped off the face of the earth. On this International Women's Day, I wish to pay special tribute to those women in Ukraine who are now defending their land with or without arms, as well as to those who have lost their lives, became refugees or victims of violence, including sexual one. After receiving a strong pushback, the Russian army now resorted to a purposeful terror against the people in Ukraine. Not a day has passed without news of dozens of civilian casualties that resulted from indiscriminate bombing and shelling of residential areas of major Ukrainian cities. Documents seized from the Russian occupants confirm advanced planning of bombardments of residential areas, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, airports and fuel stations, bridges and water reservoirs. Russian terrorists deliberately disrupt evacuation of peaceful population from the zones of hostilities. Innocent men, women and children are being shot as they flee the destroyed cities and villages. These are war crimes and crimes against humanity. They cannot remain unpunished. We thank all those delegations that supported Ukraine's resolution on human rights stemming from the Russian aggression, which will establish the Commission of Inquiry, an important step in ensuring accountability for perpetrators. Upholding consolidated pressure on the aggressor state is the only option to make it halt its horrific invasion. We call for the continued strong response of the UN member states and its human rights mechanisms to the situation in Ukraine and count on your continued support. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Ambassador. And we shall now proceed with the list of the observer states of the Council. May I remind everyone that speaking time is 1 minute 30. I now give the floor to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The DPRK delegation would like to mention its views on the principal issues for the promotion and protection of human rights. First, the practice of abusing human rights issues for the political purposes should be put to an end in the field of human rights. We are still witnessing the practice increasingly to find fault with the human rights situation of sovereign states, including DPRK, based on false and fabricated information, and accuse and stigmatize them of violating human rights for the despicable political purposes in the HRC. We oppose unfounded accusations against China out of political motivation and based on disinformation, and interfere in China's internal affairs, including Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Tibet, under the pretext of human rights. Second, the practice of selectivity and double standard should never be allowed in the fields of human rights. We warn about the insistent use of UN arena, including this council, to incite debates aimed at targeting, naming, and shaming the countries that are not aligned with the hegemonious interests of the West. The Council should put an end to the practice of selectivity and double standard deeply rooted in the fields of human rights. Full text of statement is uploaded to the extranet of HRC. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Israel.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Israel remains highly concerned by the deteriorating situation of women and girls in several countries. In Ukraine, we remain concerned about the disproportionate impact that conflict and the resulting humanitarian situation will have on women and girls. In Iran, we are concerned about the recent law ratified in November 2021 on young people and the protection of the family. This law imposes severe restrictions and prohibitions on abortion, voluntary sterilization, and access to modern contraceptive goods, services, and information. We're also concerned about the increase in early marriage, with over 31,000 marriages of girls between the ages of 10 to 14 recorded last year, an increase of around 10.5% compared to the previous year. In Afghanistan, we remain concerned that the Taliban continue to institutionalize large-scale and systematic gender-based discrimination and violence against women and girls. Women and girls have been barred from returning to their jobs, prohibited from using public transport on their own, and have had a strict dress code imposed on them. It is extremely concerning that the fundamental right of women and girls to education continue to be denied. Finally, in Syria, women and girls have felt the toll of a decade of war. Reports that the Syrian government has used rape and other forms of sexual violence as part of a widespread and systematic attack against civilians in house-to-house searches, at checkpoints, and in detention are highly troubling. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Egypt.
Thank you, Madam President. Egypt made a remarkable progress in the enforcement of human rights over the last years. Most remarkably of this is the launch of the first National Human Rights Strategy, which is the first full-fledged document on evaluation of opportunities and challenges, and develop a roadmap with regard to results to be achieved over the next 5 years. There is a political will to implement this strategy. We believe in the importance of reinforcing partnership with civil society and listening to their concerns and the full implementation of the law governing the work of NGOs in a way that enables civil society to be a partner to the state in the field of promotion of human rights as a part and parcel of the comprehensive development process. In this light, we express our appreciation of the efforts deployed by the OHCHR Country Office with regard to enforcing capacity building and technical support program, which will reinforce the national institutional framework. We look forward to further constructive cooperation in order to swiftly implement the National Human Rights Strategy with all its ambitious steps. And thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Nigeria aligns with the statement delivered on behalf of the African Group and commends the High Commissioner for the comprehensive updates on the situation of human rights across the world. We commend the Office of the High Commissioner in the continued efforts to strengthen international human rights mechanisms by promoting respect for human rights in all regions of the world. Nigeria reiterates its continued support and cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner and other human rights mechanisms in the execution of their mandates. Nigeria remains committed to the effective implementation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and emphasizes the important role of this Council in the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms across the world. We wish to also underscore the value and importance of constructive multilateralism in facilitating robust international cooperation for the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. In cognizance of the present global human rights and humanitarian challenges, Nigeria underscores the need for member states to engage in genuine dialogues and forge stronger synergy in the attainment of global peace, security, and prosperity. Finally, Nigeria will continue to deepen its commitment to multilateralism and promises to remain seized with the promotion and protection of human rights, particularly in its engagement with the Human Rights Council. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Iraq.
نائبة الرئيس بداية تقدم وفد بلدي بالتهنئة بمناسبة اليوم العالمي للمرأة.
Thank you, Vice President. At the outset, we would like to congratulate all women on the International Women's Day. Iraq welcomes the fact that Madame Bachelet mentioned the interest made by Iraq for our partnership for human rights. We look forward to a positive approach to continue such partnerships. Madam Vice President, Iraq has consistently called for support for civil society. Our relations with civil society organizations are relations of complementarity and cooperation. The Iraqi tribunals have handed down rulings against those who have harmed journalists. The key rights of freedom of speech and so forth are being protected in our country. We have presented our report under the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights, and we will present our second report under the CAT, and this despite all the difficulties we face. We have consistently supported the High Commission for Human Rights within its mandate. Iraq would also like to underscore the fact that this constructive partnership between us and the HCHR should continue respecting the principle of impartiality whilst verifying all sources of information of the HCHR. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Philippines.
Mr. President, the Philippines aligns itself with the statement of ASEAN. My delegation recognizes the importance of HCHR's reporting in keeping the public informed about global human rights developments, especially on cross-cutting issues, evolving trends, new challenges, and factors affecting the enjoyment of all human rights. We count ourselves as one of many delegations that accord emphasis on the observance of the highest standards of due diligence and objectivity in reporting. At the same time, we support constructive and long-standing calls for the OHCHR to take practical measures to promote greater visibility and accessibility of state responses to OHCHR country reports and press releases that are posted in the OHCHR website. Such steps will uphold principles of fairness, transparency, and inclusivity, and foster trust and confidence between the OHCHR and stakeholders. Moreover, they will be in step with the High Commissioner's direction for a data-driven human rights infrastructure. The Philippines believes that under this agenda item, the Council must also consider the many examples of constructive partnership, engagement, and technical cooperation between OHCHR and duty bearers and stakeholders, which are being underlined in the High Commissioner's annual reports. We support the High Commissioner's efforts towards promoting best practices and transformative structures of collaboration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to UN Women.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. UN Women is pleased to address the Council on the occasion of International Women's Day, which celebrates women and girls leading the charge on climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and response. We also welcome the High Commissioner's reports on Colombia, Guatemala, and Honduras. In this context, we are concerned about the shrinking space in Latin America for civil society. Between 2015 and 2019, 166 environmental defenders were reported to have been murdered in the region. Climate change is inextricably linked with gender equality, human rights, and peace and security. In Latin America, political instability, high rates of violence, and gender inequality hinder the capacity of communities to cope with and adapt to climate change. These crises have a disproportionate effect and impact on women and girls, in particular rural and indigenous women, further deepening existing patterns of violence and inequality. Our country offices in Colombia, Guatemala, and Honduras work in tandem with the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, the ministers for women and human rights, and humanitarian actors to ensure women participate fully in decision-making, access to justice, to ensure increased budgets and for gender transformative approaches. This in partnership with women's organizations, the UN, and a strong alliance with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We must continue to place women at the center. This not only benefits women and girls, but their families and entire communities. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Slovenia.
Excellencies, Madam High Commissioner, Slovenia aligns itself with the EU statement. We condemn in the strongest terms Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. We are appalled by the reports of numerous civilian casualties. We are thankful to the Office of the High Commissioner and the UN system as such for their ongoing efforts to protect human lives. People in Ukraine, as in any other country in the world, deserve to live in peace and security, where their human rights are respected and protected. Madam High Commissioner, we strongly support the independence and integrity of your office. We need to make sure that the UN human rights pillar remains in the position to address the existing and future human rights crisis. We particularly appreciate your strengthened advocacy efforts to promote human rights of older persons and your commitment to putting the universal human right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment into practice. Let me end by informing on Slovenia's ratification of the Convention on Enforced Disappearances. This can serve as a proof that the work in the field of human rights is an ongoing endeavor. We are looking forward to working jointly with the international community in making this world a better place also in the future. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Charter of the United Nations and the principles of universality, impartiality, objectivity, and non-selectivity of sovereign states are paramount in their existence and should always be respected. Further, independence and territorial integrity of sovereign states and non-interference of their internal affairs represent the basic norms that govern international relations. In this regard, issues related to China's internal affairs in regions like Hong Kong and Xinjiang, among others, should be left to China to address. We maintain that all states should promote and protect human rights through constructive dialogue and cooperation, and firmly oppose politicization of human rights and double standards, particularly against sovereign states, and that the Council should not be used to pursue matters that have not been duly investigated or authenticated. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Ecuador.
Señora Vicepresidenta.
Thank you very much, Vice President. My delegation thanks the High Commissioner and the Secretary General for the reports under this agenda item. Ecuador reiterates its unequivocal commitment to the defence, promotion and protection of human rights, as well as to the various international human rights mechanisms. My country has ratified the 27 international instruments on human rights that are extant, according to the classification of the treaty section of the United Nations, and regularly presents its reports regarding its compliance with the obligations under these instruments. Furthermore, it agrees with the fact that human rights are fundamental and an intrinsic element and characteristic in all individuals without distinction as a factor and a multiplying factor of peace, development, justice and equity. As of 2003, Ecuador has maintained an open invitation to the special procedure mandate holders for them to visit the country and heeds their communications, both joint and individual, which are submitted by them. My delegation would like to emphasise the importance of technical cooperation provided by the High Commissioner's Office, and in the case of Ecuador, this has allowed us to reactivate the CIDA Retros electronic platform to strengthen the implementation of the recommendations issued by the human rights mechanisms. Finally, we reiterate our support for the HCHR and its mandate to promote and protect human rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Maldives.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Maldives thanks the High Commissioner for her oral update. Madam Vice President, the Maldives believes that the basis for governance is the rule of law. It ensures the protection of fundamental human rights for all without any discrimination. Despite the continued burden of the pandemic, the Maldives has made significant progress in our commitment to promote and protect human rights at the national level. For instance, President Ibrahim Mohamed Solih ratified the Civil Procedure Code in December 2021 to enhance the efficiency of the civil litigation process and to ensure court cases are decided in a just and transparent manner. The President also ratified the Second Amendment to the Anti-Corruption Commission Act in May 2021, redefining corruption. It is also noteworthy that the Maldives Civil Service Act has been amended to allow employment opportunities for people with disabilities. This is certainly a stepping stone towards guaranteeing fairness and inclusivity in the civil service. Madam Vice President, before concluding, let me also note that China has been an important development partner, and our relationship is based on mutual respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We therefore reiterate our firm commitment to the long-standing One China policy. We are confident that under the principle of one country, two systems, the Chinese people will continue to prosper and enjoy economic benefits and universally accepted fundamental freedoms. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Burkina Faso.
Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Madam Vice President, my delegation thanks the High Commissioner for the oral update and congratulate him for the visit of 27th of November 2021 to Burkina Faso as a part of the opening of the country office of the High Commissioner. As was mentioned in the by the High Commissioner in the final communique following the 1st of December visit, Burkina Faso today confronts a long list of challenges with major repercussions for many human rights amongst the population. As we face this multidimensional crisis which compromises the very existence of the state and confronts our ability of the regime to bring an adequate response, the patriotic movement for preservation and restoration has started an effort following the resignation of President Roch-Marc Kabore, 24th of January 2022, in a bloodless fashion and respect for human rights. The Charter for the Transition for the nation envisages return to constitutional order as soon as possible. More than ever, Burkina Faso needs our partnerships and calls on the international community to support it, to allow us to return to our movement towards development. To conclude, Burkina Faso reaffirms our strong determination to respect our international commitments, notably in the area of human rights, as well as our cooperation with the High Commissioner's Office. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Ethiopia aligns itself with the assessment of the African Group, NAM, and other groups that Ethiopia is a member. My delegation takes note of the oral update of the High Commissioner and thank her for the presentation. I believe that the work and activities of the High Commissioner contributes to the promotion and protection of human rights globally, mainly in areas of technical support and capacity building. It is believed that the progressive nature of human rights requires dialogue and engagement with governments of states in order to secure respect for all human rights. The Office of the High Commissioner is established with limited mandates based on Resolution 48/141. In this regard, we recommend the strict adherence to the mandate and commend the efforts of the High Commissioner in this regard. Ethiopia believes that country-specific mandates without the consent of the country concerned is unlikely to address the highest value of respect of human rights on the ground. On the other hand, dialogue and inclusion of the states through discussions and engagement will contribute a lot. In this regard, the UPR is the best example to be mentioned. While taking note of the oral update of the High Commissioner, we also recommend the High Commissioner to include in every oral update best practices and achievements of states in applying their obligations and commitments, or the efforts of states and the obligations of the international community in supporting such efforts. Services provided to member states by the OIC should also provide enough space for states to express themselves and show their efforts. During country-specific issues, along with written reports by the special mandate holders or the High Commissioner, the concerned states' observations and opinions should be posted as addendum and part and parcel of the report itself, so that the report becomes comprehensive and address the lack of objectivity that many countries raise in this August body. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Vietnam.
Madam Vice President, Vietnam thanks the High Commissioner for her report. The work of the OHCHR and the HRC should continue to be undertaken in a spirit of constructive and objective dialogue, free from politicization and double standard. We regret the unconstructive remarks made by some delegations and assessments in the report of the OACHR about the situation of human rights in Vietnam by rehashing one-sided, unsubstantiated information. We reaffirm that in Vietnam, as in other countries, those violating the laws are held accountable. In combating COVID-19 and preparing for inclusive recovery, Vietnam has committed our maximum available resources to counter the negative impacts on vulnerable groups and made long-term investment in public health and social protection, promoting the enjoyment of human rights, including fundamental freedoms by all people. Being an active and responsible state and in contributing to the work of the Council, we continue to work closely and constructively with other member states and partners to advocate for the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals, equal access to healthcare, education, and the promotion of the human rights of all people, especially vulnerable groups, women and girls. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Thailand.
Madam Vice President, in the world with COVID-19, conflict and violence and climate change, we join the call for peace and respect for human rights and principle of international law. Thailand welcomes swift response to emergency situation by the Council. We will continue to call for more technical cooperation based on the demands of the country concerned. The right to health remain on top of our government's agenda. Guided by USC, grounded on human rights-based approach, we are able to provide vaccination and necessary treatment to everyone in the country, regardless of status, including migrants. Thailand committed to upholding international obligations, including ICCPR. The right to freedom of expression and freedom of assembly are guaranteed under Thai Constitution. The exercise of these rights, however, must be within boundary of law and not infringe upon the rights and reputation of others, nor undermine national security and public order. Thailand in the process of reviewing some draft laws to address country's current issues, including draft NPOs Act. It is important to not prejudge the outcome of the ongoing discussions. We welcome views and inputs, including from OICHR, that will help us further improve the drafts. Looking ahead, we are delighted to see human rights-based and the whole of society approach integrated in the UNSG, our common agenda. Thailand remains committed to support the work of OSCHR to move this agenda forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Spain. Ambassador.
Yes, señora Vice.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Spain thanks the High Commissioner for the report she's presented and aligns itself with the EU declaration. It's difficult to summarise human rights challenges without referring to the Ukrainian situation, which constitutes a flagrant violation of these, and IHL. More than ever, we want to register our support and recognition for the work of your office and call on all to work for its independence and impartiality and integrity, and with sustainable funding for it the world over. We mustn't forget that the pandemic still moves among us and that many countries require our help. Once again, Spain reiterates that the vaccine is a universal global asset and will facilitate equitable access, and this must be done. It's a moral duty to do this, to contribute to human rights. The pandemic was a wake-up call that we must have a balanced environment and that we must all join with many others in urging the Council to work in this vein. Allow me to conclude. We want to emphasise on this day, the International Women's Day, that Spain will continue to foster the protection of human rights for women and girls and gender equality. A future without women and girls, particularly in conflict regions, is an incomplete future which is doomed to failure. Thank you very much, Vice President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to El Salvador.
Senora
Vice President, today we celebrate the International Day for Women, and El Salvador fully shoulders the commitment to ensure that women can enjoy their rights in equality and have a life free of violence. For El Salvador, this is an extremely important framework for us to ensure the elimination and prevention of violence against women. High Commissioner, we believe it's very important to work for the right to development and that this is an essential key to peace and promotion of democracy and human rights. We particularly think that your approach to human rights to support the migratory phenomenon is deserving of recognition. This works towards ensuring safe and orderly migration the world over through AHL. Madam Bachelet, El Salvador respects freedom of the press and freedom of expression and never interferes in the journalistic and investigatory operations of any journalist or investigation undertaken by any national or international media with an independent editorial line. As a result, we do not support the mention of our country in your report. The rights are guaranteed in the El Salvadorian Constitution under Article 6 that are mentioned in the report. Finally, I should emphasize that the General Prosecutor of the Republic is investigating those cases mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Switzerland.
Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Madam Vice President, Switzerland reiterates its condemnation of the military attack by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, a flagrant violation of international law. We call for respect for international humanitarian law and for a guarantee to rapid and unfettered humanitarian access. Switzerland is concerned by the deterioration of the rule of law in Guatemala and in Salvador, through political pressure on the independence of judges and by the compilation of laws which restrict the work of NGOs and human rights defenders. In Tunisia, Switzerland encourages the authorities to respect the independence of the judiciary and to ensure that democratic milestones are preserved. In Colombia, Switzerland calls on the authorities to shore up the protection of people threatened, notably during the electoral period. We reiterate the need for accountability vis-à-vis the excessive use of force during protests. Switzerland calls on the government of Pakistan to prosecute perpetrators of violence committed against people accused of blasphemy and to encourage a political discussion on this issue. In Vietnam, Switzerland is concerned by recourse to the criminal code to arbitrarily restrict the freedom of expression, as well as through the condemnation of a growing number of human rights defenders. Finally, in Kazakhstan, Switzerland calls for independent inquiries to be put in place to examine alleged violations of human rights and to guarantee a fair trial for protesters accused of criminal acts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, UN General Assembly Resolution 60/251 that founded the Human Rights Council requires that its work be guided by the principles of impartiality, non-selectivity, constructive international dialogue and cooperation. It is imperative that in discharging their functions, both the UNHRC and the OHCHR should not overstep the mandates laid out in UN General Assembly Resolutions 60/251 and 48/141, respectively. We reaffirm that respect for the sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity and non-interference in international affairs of states form the bedrock of our international order. Hong Kong, Xinjiang and Tibet-related issues are China's internal affairs that brook no interference by external forces. We commend China's remarkable achievement in lifting millions of people out of poverty. We continue to be alarmed by the devastating impact of unilateral coercive measures on the economic and social rights and the right to development of many populations. We call for the lifting of such restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Norway. Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. On this International Women's Day, it is more important than ever that we rally to protect the rules-based international order with the UN Charter and respect for human rights at its core. Russia's war against Ukraine is a tragic reminder. Norway will continue to support those who are working tirelessly to ensure these rights on behalf of all of us. We will continue to be a clear voice for civil society and for safeguarding of civic space. To this end, we have presented at this session of the Council a resolution on human rights defenders, including women human rights defenders in conflict and post-conflict situations. Representative of the High Commissioner, you can count on Norway's strong and continued support for the independence of your mandate and for the vital role of your office in the promotion and protection of human rights worldwide. This includes Guatemala and Colombia. In Guatemala, we share the concern for the deterioration in the rule of law and independence of the judiciary and the worsening situation for human rights defenders and journalists. In Colombia, we are deeply concerned about the security situation of human rights defenders, especially women and environmental human rights defenders and indigenous and Afro-Colombian leaders. Continued efforts are needed to protect human rights defenders and their work and to avoid that the attacks against them are left in impunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Cambodia.
Madam Vice President, we know with great dismay that Madam High Commissioner was ill-advised and selective when it comes to the human rights situation in Cambodia. To say that the casino workers' strike is lawful is erroneous. The court has declared illegal since last December. The resident had complained of being disturbed by this months-long unlawful protest. Authorities exercised utmost restraint and even knelt down to plead their compliance for the COVID protocols. At least 130 protesters had tested positive. Madam High Commissioner, is the proscribed protest disrupting public order and abusing public health measures a constitutional exercise of peaceful assembly? An interministerial meeting headed by a Deputy Prime Minister is convened tomorrow to address this months-long politicized labor dispute. An absence of one political party in the coming election due to its violation of laws does not distract Cambodia from pluralism. Regardless of the result, the fact remains that voters are able to choose one among 17 political parties already inscribed in the contest, whose equal rights and dignity must be respected. To conclude, we witnessed the OICHR sheer silence on dangerous populist rhetoric of certain opposition elements in Cambodia, whose approach is to spread disinformation, throw indiscriminate insult and slander, incite racial hatred and xenophobia, and call on sedition with cash offer.